Hey, how you doing, Shinobi? Oh man, still trying to wake up. I'm doing good, man. Just a little bit tired. How you doing? I I've been pretty busy, man. Yesterday, the day before yesterday. Not to mention, man, we broke records yesterday with state of play. It was like the longest state of play live stream I've ever done. Man, we had fun. We had a great time. It was like a 7 hours. It was like 7.5 hours of you know what happened is I wanted to do reaction to state of play with everybody, and I wanted to watch it together with everybody. I didn't see the video, they did. So in the beginning I was a little bit disappointed, and then in the second part of the state of play it really picked up, and um, I was impressed by state of play, man. I gave it a 9.5 out of 10. Sony is back on the saddle. You can tell that they're back, man. They're getting serious, doing what they're doing best. You know, they're slowly getting back on that saddle. Some pretty good, amazing games coming out, man. Taking full advantage of PS5 Pro, which is good news for you and everybody else out there who's using PS5 Pro. Hopefully, I'll have a chance to get one as well one of these days. You know. So there's been some pretty cool stuff, man. One of the most exciting for me was, as I said yesterday, Days Gone remastered version. It's only $10 to upgrade, and it comes packed with a lot of features, extra content, and 120 hertz, you know, refresh rate. Can't complain about that either. So it was great. Yesterday was great. We had a lot of fun, man. I'm also excited for the Eyes Mind. That looks pretty good. It looks like a Grand Theft Auto 6, like a prologue to Grand Theft Auto 6, but more like a Will Smith iRobot style. Think of it, Grand Theft Auto 6 with iRobot, Will Smith style, with the Grand Theft Auto 6 graphics, photorealistic. And that's coming out this summer on PlayStation 5, which is amazing. So I was telling Andrew, this guy Andrew, who's one of my members. To me, that's a day one purchase, for sure. Eyes Mind. It's certainly something I'm very interested in. And of course, April 25th, Days Gone for sure, man. It's the ultimate version. Yeah. Oh, I was thinking of you. I knew that you were going to. I was like, yo, this is for Shinobi, man. This summer, yeah, man, this is Shinobi's summer. The ultimate Shinobi. It's really. I was yesterday. We were having a conversation. I think this is great to see both PlayStation and Xbox pump out these great games this year. You know, and if you really look at the lineup on what's coming out with both PlayStation and Xbox, it looks pretty good. This year looks pretty good, man. Looks very solid with the amount of games that's coming out. So I think, especially, you know, with a big daddy, with a big behemoth big daddy, which is GTA 6, obviously, on top of everything else that's coming out. I mean, you got big behemoth GTA 6, which I believe it's coming out in September. That's honestly what I think. like September 28th or maybe 26, 27. I think it's those 3 dates, 26, 27, 28. But most likely September 28th is what I'm thinking. Right there in that, the perfect date where the fall falls in with holiday season right around the corner. You got October, Halloween, and holiday season, so it's just like right in that spot, perfect spot, that sweet spot. September 28th is like a sweet spot. It's just right around the corner, man, for the fall holiday season. And I think what perfect time to release a behemoth, the juggernaut, a GTA 6, on top of everything else that's coming out, man. But you do understand, once GTA 6 lands in September, which I think it will, by the end of September, September 28th, everything else will stop. No one will play Metal Gear. No one will play any of these other games. Everything will stop. All the other games will freeze, unfortunately. And then maybe in December, November, when people get a little bit tired of Grand Theft Auto 6, or they want to take a little break from Grand Theft Auto 6, then those games will unfreeze. So my advice to everybody is, out there, developers, don't put your game next to GTA 6. Avoid the month of GTA 6. You do not want to do that. Try to stay far back, push your game far back from GTA 6 as much as you can, because you will not stand a chance. I'm just simply saying, anyone out there who's thinking about releasing their game a few days after GTA 6 or a few days before GTA 6, I mean, you don't stand a chance. I'm just don't do it. You will not survive the tsunami of GTA 6. You simply will not survive that. But my whole point is, this year looks pretty good for video games. Now, some of these games, to be honest, Shinobi, they can be delayed. Nothing is set in stone. Even I's Mind could be delayed. Look at Metal Gear. Metal Gear was supposed to be coming out in November of last year, and then they pushed it from November to August now, August 28th. So you never know. Nothing gets set in stone. All of these games that we have seen, they could be delayed. They could be pushed back for another date. Look what happened with the Assassin's Creed Shadows. So you never know. Nothing gets guaranteed. Same thing could happen with Grand Theft Auto 6. It wouldn't be shocking or surprising if they make a last-minute call and they say, hey, guess what? Originally, we scheduled this for September, October. But unfortunately, the developers of the Rockstar are not ready for releasing this game in the stage that we're in right now. So it will not happen in September, October. We're pushing it back for later date in 2026. It could easily be 2026. I'm just preparing everybody. I think everyone should be prepared. And please don't be shocked. Don't make all these shocking videos. Oh my God! Rockstar, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you pushing this game to 2026? How dare you? I hate when they make those videos. I can't, it's so annoying, And we all know why they're making those videos, just to get the attention, get the clicks, get the views. Man, they're so annoying. Yes, Rockstar will not release Grand Theft Auto 6 until they feel they're ready. So it could happen 2026. All right, so don't get butthurt if the Rockstar decides 2026. I'm not saying that it'll happen, but there's a good possibility that the Rockstar might push it back. Yeah, but but people get so. Even the outage, this PlayStation outage that lasted for 24 hours, people just acting. I know it's surprising to me that it got the media attention that it got. Really, dude? I mean, Don't we have more important things in the world to worry about on the news rather than just dude, I find out from BBC. That's how much of news the outage made on Friday, last Friday. It was on BBC. I found out from BBC. I was like, what? Isn't BBC supposed to be covering like the important issues, the important stuff in the world? No, but they're like the major breaking news was the the outage of the PlayStation and the outrage, and all these other news stations, NBC, CBS, ABC, CNN, Fox Business, Fox News, they're all like covering the outage of PlayStation. Dude, it didn't bother me one bit. It didn't bother me one bit. But to be honest, they should have given us a 1 month free instead of a 5-day delay for your payment, because your payment, whatever your payment is due for the month of March, Shinobi, they will delay it for 5 days. But I'm like, I don't think that's good enough. I think they should have given everybody next month free. That's what Sony should have done to make the apology appropriate. Hey, sorry for the inconvenience, we get it. Monster Hunter was on that same day, open beta. We understand it was the weekend, Friday night. We understand that it was the Super Bowl weekend as well for North America here in the United States. But here's the 1 month free for the inconvenience. Honestly, they should have given us a 1 month free membership. But 5 days, I guess, better than nothing. It's not going to make any difference. I'm still going to get charged. It's just I'm not going to get charged on that due date. It's going to be a later date, 5 days later. Same thing for you. Yeah, but they should have given everybody a 1 free month. I mean, come on, man. Next month, March, should have been free. That's what I would have done, but hey, Alright, so I'm ready to play Resistance Follow Man. Resistance Follow Man was the very first game I picked up for my PlayStation 3 Fat, which I still have. I still have my PS3 Fat. It's in my bedroom over there. I still have it. It's the original 2006. I have the barcode, the serial number, the whole thing. I can prove it that it's the original 2006 launch title. And I remember this was the very first game that I picked up. Resistance Follow Man. Actually, that was the only game I picked up, because the console was, anyway, it was like $600. It was super expensive. And I was like, man, I only have enough cash to get one game, and I picked one game. I think I was at Best Buy. I was at the Best Buy back then, 2006, and this was the first game that I picked up, because the guy was asking me, you want to pick up any games? You want to play something? I said, yeah. So here's what we have. Pick and choose. Hurry up. Because people are, grabbing it, buying it. So I was like, what should I get? What should I get? And Resistance Follow Man. That was the very first copy that I picked up with my PlayStation 3. So I'm kind of excited to go back to play this. I'm super excited about it. There's also Resistance 2 that's available. So there's 2 Resistances that we have on PlayStation Plus. There's also Resistance 3. I think they might have it. I'm not sure. Let's see if they have a Resistance 3. Hold on. Let me go and search. I said they might have it, but I'm not sure. Guys, they have all of the resistance. Listen. They got resistance 1, resistance 2, and resistance 3. So we got all of the resistance. And resistance retribution, I have it as well. So this is on PSP. So all of the resistance are here, guys. So if anybody who's complaining about, oh, where's my resistance on PlayStation Plus? Well, they're all here. They're all here. PlayStation got you covered. You got all of the resistance, man. It's all here. So that's pretty good. Can't complain. Can't complain, alright? But anyway, let's start the first one. Let's go. Well, if you never played this game, well, put on the seatbelt, kick back, relax, and enjoy the show. Here we go. It's a pretty good game. At the time, you know, but it still looks great. You fight these aliens. It's the Insomniac Games, you know, the ones who did Spider-Man and currently working on Wolverine. I want to turn up the volume a little bit. We're going to start from the beginning because I want you to hear the story so you learn about the story. How it all started. I also want to adjust my picture quality here. Hold on. There we go. That looks better. Okay. It could very well happen. It could very well happen. I wouldn't surprise me once Insomniac is done with Wolverine and Spider-Man. They might have a separate team working on a Resistance remake, or they might have some other studio working on it. That's up to Sony, you know. It's very well possible they might have a remake.
The Chimeran threat began in Russia. The origin of the virus is unknown, but its effects were devastating and swift. In the 1930s, reports of biological experiments began leaking out of Russia. Then reports of villages destroyed overnight. Then entire cities. We feared the Russians had developed a weapon of unparalleled power. The truth was far worse.
It's always Russians, man. Them Russians, bro.
Then, in 1949, they launched an attack that overwhelmed all of Europe in a matter of weeks. For several months, we thought England was safe. But in October of 1950, the Chimera burrowed under the Channel. We had prepared for them, but in 3 months' time, the war was lost. We abandoned the cities to the Chimera and retreated to scattered military bases and outposts. The Chimera had won. On July the 11th, 1951, the Americans launched an assault on the eastern coast of England. On the second wave of that assault was a sergeant named Nathan Hale.
Of course, America comes to rescue. Always,
A
dude.
matter of both scrutiny and myth. What follows are the known events of his life from July 11th to July the 14th, the day he was last seen.
It's always been like this, East and West, right? Two superpowers. You got Russia, America. I guess you could put China in there as well. There's the Osprey.
The American soldiers had no idea what they would soon be facing.
It's a fake Osprey, but it looks good.
The government had sealed its borders in 1950. Radio waves and newspapers became state property. Only the highest levels of their government knew the truth. The operation was an exchange.
These things are huge, man. I've seen these Ospreys in person, man. Holy shit. They're huge, man. Their wings, when they open up,
Something we could offer
woo,
they couldn't build themselves.
they make a lot of noise.
I was the commander of the convoy team that was to meet the US soldiers. We were ambushed in Manchester on the way to the rendezvous. There was no way to warn the Americans. They were on their own in York, fighting an enemy they knew nothing about. We never learnt exactly what happened there. All we know...
The graphics look still pretty good. What do you think, Shinobi, huh? Graphics look still good, huh? Alright, enjoy the show. Here we go. The Gauntlet, Operation Deliverance, York, England, July 11th, 1951. 6:13. I think it's 6:13 in the morning. Oh yeah, dude. Switching back from Xbox 360 to this, I was blown away. This is 2006, man. It was interesting how you have to use the left trigger to kneel down, and to prone, to kneel down and prone. You used the left trigger, but it still worked. Oh no, it's a first-person shooter game. And it's a pretty good story, you know. It's Insomniac. So this is Insomniac in their like early days, you know. You know what's interesting? I've been asking about Resistance, and here's yet another game. Like I said, I think Sony watches my videos. I've been asking for all of the Resistances, and they delivered. I asked for Time Splitters, and they delivered, so, you know. It's nice that Sony's listening to me. Okay, we cannot go through here. So you're probably wondering who these creatures are. I think there's an experiment gone wrong or something in Russia. There was an outbreak in Russia, and these creatures are now creatures that were created in Russia. Or something like that, you know. As far as I remember. Come on, guys, let's go. Move it, move it. Double time it. You can also zoom in. You can zoom in like this to see a little bit better. See them, I see him. And Killzone, yeah, they're bringing the Killzone to PlayStation Plus. Guess what else they're bringing? Armored Core. They're bringing the Armored Core 1, 2, and 3. So I'm super excited for that as well. Because and we're talking the classic Armored Core. Yeah. So, good news is they're bringing it back. I can't wait to play it. It's been a long time since I played Armored Core 1, 2, and 3. Alright, let's go in. The one unique thing about this game is the enemy is very smart. It's not like a dumb AI. It's a very smart AI. Like, these enemies are pretty smart. I don't think that's gonna happen because, you know, Konami will not allow that. You know, it's really the it's not up to Sony. You know, Sony would love to put it out there, but it's the whole Konami licensing thing, man. You know, for them that's a sacred franchise, and they're not gonna put that franchise just like that easily on the PlayStation Plus. You know. Unless Sony is willing to pay a lot of money, which Sony is not going to do that, obviously. But I don't think you're going to see that. You'll have to pay separately for that. It would just cost. It would just. You know how much it cost? I forgot what was the number. It was a big number, dude. The amount of money it cost PlayStation Plus to keep Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots on the PlayStation Plus, PlayStation Now. Remember, it was on PlayStation Now, and it cost them a lot of money for that lease license, man. And then Sony didn't want to renew it. Sony was like, man, this is too much. We can't pay for this. It's ridiculous. But that's Konami. Konami is greedy, and for them, Silent Hill collection and Metal Gear collection are two sacred franchises. That's where they make their money. So, and I totally understand from a business point of view. I get it, But SOCOM Navy SEALs, Sony can bring easily. That shouldn't be a problem. They shouldn't have any issues bringing SOCOM. I've been asking for SOCOM U.S. Navy SEALs, and they shouldn't have an issue bringing that. It shouldn't be a problem for Sony to bring that. Well, it's all business, You got to look at it from a business point of view, At the end of the day, they're in business of making money. Sure, they want to do other things, to satisfy the fan base, but at the same time, they have to satisfy their business proposition first. So Microsoft is doing essentially everyone's doing the same thing, man. This is what the fanboys don't understand. These corporations, first and foremost, they need to look what's good for their budget, what's good for their profit. It's not that they don't care about the fan base, they do, but first they have to be reasonable and to look and say, well, is this profitable for us? Are we going to profit from this, and how much are we going to profit? So it's a little bit of, this is what I keep telling my friends who are, well, I'm a Sony fanboy, clearly. But I also tell my friends who are also Sony fans, I tell them, we have to be reasonable. Like, it's a business, guys. First and foremost, it's a big corporation and it's a business. So they have to look at it from a business point of view. Thank you, Suleiman. Thank you, Suleiman. Babahide, Mongolian. I'm a bit rusty, Suleiman. I'm okay. I should be better at this game, but I'm a bit rusty. By the way, Suleiman, they have... Here, let me show this to Suleiman. Hold on. By the way, Suleiman, they have all of these games available. Let me show you. I want to just show it to him in case he didn't know. All of the Resistance are included, Suleiman. So, Suleiman. Is it Suleiman? Alright. All of them are included. So, Resistance 1, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, and even PSP Resistance Retribution, it's included as well. It's all included in PlayStation Plus, so it's all there if you want to play it. Just to let you know. The bullseye is the Chimeran main battle rifle. It has a rapid cyclic rate and high damage capability. Press L1, fires a homing tag. Let me see. Press L1. Wow, look at that. Nice, nice. The weapons in this game are really good too. Shinobi and Sulman. And for a launch title that came out in 2006, man, this was pretty remarkable when it first came out. How many years was this? 2006? My God. Was it, what, 20 years? What? Let me see. 19 years ago? 18, 19 years ago? Wow. Yeah, 19 years ago, yeah. And it still looks great. Still looks great, man. This is Insomniac Games. It does, man. Time flies by. And some of these classic games are better. Some of these classic games are better than what we have today, to be honest with you, man. Like, some of these old games are, I mean, they still hold up. They still hold up, respectfully. And people are probably wondering, well, how does this play? It's a streaming PlayStation 3 version. I gotta tell you, for a streaming PlayStation 3 version, man, this looks smooth, runs smooth, and it's upscaled to 4K nicely. Even though it's a 720p, but it's upscaled to 4K very nicely on my TV, and it looks really good. And is there latency? Well, a little bit, not too much, just a slight little bit of latency. But dude, nothing that will be a deal breaker, or that's going to be affecting your performance. Like I said, there's a little bit of delay in latency, but just that's because I'm streaming and live streaming at the same time. That's on my end and my internet, obviously. But performance is there. Guys, you know, this is smooth as a butter. As you can see, there's a little bit of latency, but not that bad. It's very reasonable, especially for the fact that I'm streaming this and live streaming at the same time. Oh yeah. Well, they don't call me John Wick for no reason, man. I can multitask at the same time. I didn't get that name for no reason. Hold on. I gotta take a photo of this. Oh, no, you cannot. That's right. Maybe I can. Hold on. I think I can take a photo. There it is. From my OBS, I can. I can't do it from here, but I can. I mean, I cannot take a photo from PlayStation here because it's streaming, but I can take a photo from the OBS. Oh. Not for the streaming. You cannot take a screenshot of a streaming game. Can't do that. You gotta remember, man, Shinobi, I'm the biggest Sony fanboy of all time. Anything regarding Sony, man, I know it well, inside out. People ask me, why do I say that? I say that not to rub it in or to brag about it, but I say that because I owned every PlayStation console there is. I mean, I own every single product that PlayStation has. The only product that I don't have currently, it's a Pro. It's a PS5 Pro, but everything else I have it. I mean, even the dildo move controllers, the aim controllers, everything. I mean, the Portal, I mean, you name it. But I'm not, look, I wouldn't want to put myself out there as a PlayStation fanboy, but it's really like ridiculous that people are calling me Xbox shill, which is just ridiculous, But anyway. But people who call me Xbox shills, they're not even a real Sony fanboys. They're just trolls. They're just individuals, with the time on their hands. They got nothing better to do, and that's it. That's all they do on the internet. Actually, one of them actually admitted to me that he doesn't care about either of PlayStation or Xbox. He just likes to troll. And I said, oh, well, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for acknowledging what I already knew. He exposed himself. And then after that, he never wrote me again. And I was like, okay. Actually, I did say something to him. I said, I'm disappointed that you can't bring me more trolls with fake accounts to get me more views so I can get more money. So I'm really disappointed, That's all I said. But I said, well, okay. Life moves on. It is what it is. All right, let's go. Let's continue. Okay, we finished our first level. Beginning of the first level. All right.
Captain, you seeing this?
What in the hell is this? Oh my God. You know, it's been a long time. I forgot.
Exactly how Hale was infected by the Chimeran virus. Our only clue is a journal entry recovered from the body of a US medic. It says that he encountered a number of comatose soldiers in a dry creek bed. One of the soldiers, a sergeant, suddenly woke up. Unlike the other soldiers, his body had no wounds at all. The sergeant refused any kind of medical examination, insisting on catching up to the rest of the company. If that sergeant was in fact Nathan Hale, then he remains the only known person to wake up after being infected. Whether the Chimeran virus mutated within him, or whether his body had an innate resistance to it, remains a mystery.
Wow. Alright, so the Chimeran virus originated in Russia, and it spread across Russia all the way throughout Europe and now in United Kingdom. And this is where the American forces came in to help out, you know, as they always do. And now Nathan got infected by this virus. So that's the story. It's kind of like a similar to Spider-Man, isn't it? Spider-Man, you know, he gets bitten by a spider and he gets the superpowers. And this guy Nathan, he gets you know, infected by this virus. So we'll see what happens. So this is like, you knew that Insomnianc Games had a thing for Spider-Man. This was them letting you know, hey, what we really want to make, it's a Spider-Man game. So we're gonna use this as our, you know, one game to give you a clue what we were making in the future. And because what are the odds he's infected by a virus? You know, Peter Parker, it's also infected by the Spider-Man, but you know, spider virus, and he becomes super powerful. People are probably saying, how do you making that conclusion?
They told me Arrow 2 was wiped out. Come on.
I mean, there are some similarities, right? I mean, if you think about it, Nathan's here getting infected. Peter Parker got infected by a spider. But the only difference is he got the superpowers. I'm not sure what kind of superpowers Nathan will have. He might have some superpowers. We'll see. It's been a long time, 19 years since I played this. I've forgotten. Let's go. Come on. Excuse me.
Where the hell are the bricks? That's it.
Thank you, Shinobi, for stopping by, man. I know it's late for you over there. You should definitely check this game out. It's pretty good. All right, I still got it, man. Still got this. Shit. Where's that guy shooting from? I see him, I see him. Oh, there's 2 of them. 3 of them. Holy shit. Where are you going, huh? Okay. Are we supposed to go this way? No. Hold on. Are we? Okay, I get it. We have to move this way. Thank you, Shinobi. You have a good night, brother. I'll catch you later. Medical Journal, Dr. Ian Coxon. Further research into chimeran psychology or physiology. Chimeran physiology suggests their rapid regeneration ability may be the result of more than their metabolic rate alone. We have known for sufficient damage will kill chimera outright or leave it with a lasting wounds. That the creature cannot heal, but recent research suggests that chimera have developed a symbiotic bacteria which complements and amplifies their healing abilities. The bacteria are suspended in a viscous yellow fluid. Our researchers have dubbed the Symbac serum. We believe the bacteria is likely destroyed during the healing process, which means that chimera would be dependent on further injections of the serum as they sustain more damage. Got it. That was some nice shooting right there. That was some John Wick shit right there. Come on, come on. Got him. Hey, Shuki. Welcome, man. How are you? I certainly need some more ammo. Hold on. Oh, there is a light. I forgot about that. Let me see. Get to the bus depot. Oh man, you have turned into like a proper Dracula or something, man. It's not good, man. I don't want you to turn into some sort of a vampire, man. You have to be awakened during the day, or otherwise, I'll have to call you the Nosferatu. Nosferatu Shuka. You need some coffee, man. You need to learn how to drink coffee, brother. I'm telling you right now. For your Nosferatu ass, you're gonna have to learn how to drink this coffee. It's perfect serum for Nosferatu. Like a strong coffee. Like the strongest coffee you can have. I think Cuban coffee is the strongest one. Yeah, get yourself a Cuban coffee. You know what? Get yourself Bustelo. Bustelo, like the strongest coffee ever. Bustelo, that shit will get you going, dude. And your Nosferatu ass will be up and running throughout the day. Well, you need to try it. If you don't try it, you will never know, okay? Nosferatu. You need to try the coffee, man. Get yourself a Bustelo. You can go to Amazon, you can get Bustelo. Bustelo, man, if you brew that thing really good, oh, Bustelo will get you going, man. I think it's Cuban. I think Bustelo is a Cuban recipe, Cuban coffee. And let me tell you, Cuban coffee, man. As someone as me who lives in Miami, you know, I'm all about the Cuban coffee, dude. They have so many Cuban coffee shops around here, especially in a little Havana. You know, I walk in there, you're like Tony Montana. Hey man, what's the coffee, man? I don't give a fuck, man. I want the coffee, man. Now. Hey, Elvira. Hey, Elvira. What's the matter with you, Elvira? Huh? What the fuck's wrong with you, huh? Cuban coffee is really good, man. I mean, here you got Little Havana, you got Little Haiti, You even got a little part of Colombians where Colombians are, dude. You got Venezuelans, a little part. You got Jamaica, little Jamaica. I mean, holy shit, man. Miami, it's like international. Well, you'll see in the Grand Theft Auto 6. I'm sure all of that will be presented in Grand Theft Auto 6, from the west side of Miami to the east side, to the rich side, to the north side, which is a super rich side. You'll see all of that. It's going to be a huge map. And then, of course, you got the swamp, where all the swamp people live. They're speaking in that thick swamp southern accent, which is hard to understand. Once we get down the underbone and get down, what I want. What you not hear I said, boy? It's like they're talking to you in some swamp language, dude. It's like, what? And they're, I get down there, boy. We get down and swamp over and down, down, on the underground. It's like, all right, sure, whatever you say. We got some gators down here, boy. I got a 14-foot gator ground. I was like, okay, sure. If you go to Louisiana, it's, oh my God, the thick Southern Creole, French, English. It's, oh, dude, in Louisiana, it's even like, holy shit. In the swamps of Louisiana, it's even worse. Like, I can't understand a damn word. It's almost like that movie Snatch, when the Pikeys, gypsies, when they're talking, you know, the Brad Pitt movie Snatch. What do you got me in the caravan? What do you got me in the caravan, boy? What do you got me caravan? So what? It's kind of like that. Just more like southern thick, you know. Oh, dude. Oh my goodness. But if you go to the real deep south, like Alabama, Mississippi, holy shit, man. Holy shit. Holy mother of it's like different alien planet. I swear to God, it's like, am I in America, or is it like a different alien planet? Like, what language is this? I never heard of this language. Whew, man. But anyway, America is a big country. You know, America, it's a planet. It's not a country. You know, when I look at America, I look at America, 50 states. It's like it's a planet. It's not a country. It's a planet that's separated by two big oceans. It's a planet. It's not a country. Anyway. Well, you know, you live here. This is why when you ask an ordinary, regular Joe, regular Mary American, when you ask him about like what's going on in the Middle East or what's going on in Russia, Ukraine, they're like, they have no clue. It's like, I don't care. It's like, as long as I got my beer 6-pack and got my cable and I got my nice lazy boy sofa, that's all I care about. As long as I can watch my WWE and my baseball and my football and my NBA, my NASCAR, cars going into circles, you know, that's all I care about. I mean, because, you know, we're separated by two big oceans and we live in our own isolated, you know, universe. So whatever's going on out there, we just like, we don't give a shit, you know. I mean, a regular American really doesn't give a shit. We really don't care, you know. Who cares? Well, the bureaucrats, the politicians, the ones who profit from these wars, you know, the profiteers, the profiteers who profit, you know, they're the ones that care. They're the ones that are running the whole, you know, industrial military complex machine and all these proxy wars, and, you know, they're the one that cares. but in general, American people don't really give a shit, man. I mean, I live here and I know that. It's like, I don't care as long as I got my money, got my job, and I got my car, and I can drive my pickup truck and watch my football games. That's all I care about, boy. That's it. That's pretty much the way it is. They don't care about what's going on in Europe and other places. They really don't care. All right, let's go. Ooh, I can drive the tank. I didn't know that. Whoa, dude. Hold on. Don't mess with the Abram M1. Is it M1? Abram tank? Don't mess with the M1 Abram tank, bro. Don't worry, we're coming. We're here. Don't you worry, boy. The cavalry has arrived. What happened? I thought I arrived. Did I? Oh yeah, yeah.
The Americans regrouped at an abandoned bus depot in southeast York. Under the command of a Captain Winters, they staged a daring tactical offensive. The Chimera had begun to close in on their position. If the Americans could secure the site, they would have a perfect landing zone, and the battle would tip in their favor.
No one's gonna mess with us, man. We're Americans, all right. We're the Empire, all right. No alien, nobody is gonna mess with us, man. You know, if we want something, we just grab it. You know, we just grab it. You know, we're not even asking for permission. It's like if you want this land, we'll just take it. Just take it. That's right. Hey, what's up, Jose? How you doing? Welcome.
Again there, sir. They must know this is a prime landing zone. If we can hold it, we'll get some reinforcements of our own in here. Yes, sir.
Hold the line. Hold the line. I said hold the line. Man, we need some air support. We need an air support over here, man. Where's the chopper? Huh? Well, hold your horses, man. Hold on. Oh, really? I didn't know that it was 1080p. This was the very first game I picked up when I purchased my PlayStation 3, Jose. This was among the very first games I picked up for PlayStation 3 when I first purchased it. Well, let's get the machine gun. Come on. I think I have to get in there. I gotta get in there somehow. All right.
Goddamn machine guns will bury us all. Winkler, give me a base of fire on that entrenchment. Making follow up on the inside. Get it done.
Come on. Come to Papa. What the? What the hell? How the hell did that happen? How did that happen, dude? Come on. Got it. Good to go. What do you think you're doing, huh? Look at this guy, huh? Come here. Alright, we got it. Woo! Job well done. All right. Is that all of you? Good. Who else? Come here.
Defensive positions. Swain, run a sweep on the north and east walls. Blair, give me south and west. I want to know what's heading this way before we're gagging on it. Enemy contact! North wall at the water tank! Nicholson, secure that wall. Kimball, take your squad and back him up.
Holy shit. What do you think you're doing? Come here. I think I cleaned the house.
North wall secure, sir. That's it. We're not gonna leave the armor anything but scraps and a bad smell. Hostiles to the west. They're coming around that fuel station. Wake up, ladies! We got more company! Hostiles at the fuel station! 9 o'clock!
Jesus.
You're on Overwatch. Take your squad to higher ground. Nothing comes in or goes out without you get a shot off first.
All right.
Hostiles to the west.
Let's do this. Come on, fellas.
Station. Wake up, ladies! We got more company! Hostiles at the fuel station! 9 o'clock! Grind them out, Friendly! Don't you stop until this square's full up to your rifle and shit and spinal fluid!
I like how you can mix it up, you know. Go between different rifles, Jose. And then go with a M5A2 carbine. Nice. Check this out. Huh? 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 You wanna try that? There you go. You know, for a 2006 launch game, I was so happy that this was the very first game that I picked out. When I went to the Best Buy in 2006 to purchase PlayStation 3 Fat, which I still have it since 2006, the original barcode, serial number, the whole thing. The guy in the blue shirt asked me, you know, hey, hurry up, pick the game, because people are, you know, just taking these games and buying them. They're flying off the shelves. Which game do you want to purchase? And I said, I'll go with that. I said Resistance. Fall of Man, Resistance. And man, I was so happy that this was the very first game that I picked for PlayStation 3 Fat.
Bring those tanks in here and scrape out a landing zone. Sir! Incoming!
What in the world is that?
We know from the craters that the Chimera ended the battle by launching spires. There is no defense against a spire attack. By the time you see them in the air, it's already too late. After impact, the spires release swarms of crawlers. Literally thousands of them can come from a single spire. Whole cities have been infected in minutes. After the crawlers have done their work, the Chimeras send in carriers to collect the dormant victims. The role of the carriers is to transport infected humans to conversion centers. It's at these locations that the Chimeran creatures are born. Hale was brought to a conversion center in the town of Grimsby. My convoy team and I were imprisoned at the same location. We had been captured uninfected, so we were put in makeshift pens until they could infect us.
All right. Such a cool game. And all three, actually all of the Resistance games are included on PlayStation Plus. So if you guys are like wondering, well, where's the Resistance? All of the Resistance are included. Here, let me show you. Because I know people have been asking me about this here. I just want to show everybody. All of the Resistance games are here. Even the PSP version is here, so... Okay. They're all here. The first one, the second one, the third one, and the fourth one, which is the PSP version. So all of the Resistance are here. So if you're like into Resistance and you have a nostalgia about the Resistance, well, it's all here. PlayStation Plus, they got you covered. They got you covered big time. All right. Oh, that's what they're doing. Oh my God. Jesus. Wow. Bastards. Bastards, all of you. Screw you. You bastards. Bleed, you bastards. Bleed. What is this? So this is what they're doing. They're using humans and they are infecting them to become one of their own. Wow. That is sick. That is sickening. So by the way, this was the very first Blu-ray 1080p video game. And this was a big deal, you know, widescreen, 16:9, 1080p, Dolby Digital, you know, full HD game on PlayStation 3. And for 2006, This was the peak of Blu-ray, when the Blu-ray just won the, you know, the whole Blu-ray war. I think officially it was 2007 when the Blu-ray won against the HD DVD, which was associated with Toshiba and Xbox. You know, Xbox 360 had their own HD DVD player. Was PS3 expensive? $600? Yes, it was, but the economy was different back then. You know, the economy was pretty good, and honestly, for me in 2006, the money really wasn't. It wasn't an issue for me. I mean, I was making some pretty good money in 2006, so it didn't bother me. I was able to get this for 600. I think it was like 600. $690, because I had to purchase this game, so the whole price came to like $690. What's up, Benny? How you doing, Ben? All right, let's continue. Let's see what we can find over here. This is where they're making bourbon, Benny. We're in Kentucky, man. They're making bourbon right here. I can't believe it, man. This is the facility up in Waverly Hills, and they're making bourbon right here. But the way they're making bourbon, it's disgusting. It's you don't want to know. It's scary. This is what they're using right here. I'm just kidding. All right, which way do we get out? I think it's this way. All right, let's be careful. Everybody, careful now. Right here, right here. That's how they're infecting them.
Over here! The console! Shoot the console! Bloody hell! Thanks for that. I'm Parker,
Hey, Sergeant Hale, 1st Rangers.
an American. We thought the Chimera stopped all of you in York.
Chimera?
Those creatures. Oh, jammed it. I'm sorry, Hale. Looks like you'll have to find your own way out. I'll be in touch. Frequency 77.6.
All right, 7. Ooh, look at that ass.
It was strange enough that a lone American soldier was walking around a Chimeran conversion center. But it was his eyes that were most disturbing. They showed unmistakable Chimeran traits. It was subtle, but it
No, he was looking at your ass.
whoever Nathan Hale was.
No, Nathan was looking at your ass. He locked in. He locked in on your eyes. His eyes were locked in on your ass. You see, this is when the games used to be cool. Like they knew exactly what we wanted to see. So when she was going up, they showed her ass. Like check her booty. Look at her booty. Like you don't see that anymore in the games. But now back in the days they used to do that. Like, you know, they were not insecure about, like, you know, exploring the sexuality and all that shit in video games. That was great. Like how, like, as she was walking up, like they showed her ass, like yeah, and he was looking at her ass, like, I'm gonna get some of that, yeah. What's the frequency? 77 booty. 77 booty. I'm coming for that You guys leave her booty alone, alright? That booty belongs to me, alright? Okay, here we go. That's what I need. What the hell? Jesus! Jesus H! Oh my God, these guys are not screwing around, huh? These guys, they mean business. I have to be careful around here. I have to be super careful. Jesus, what the hell did he drop? Oh, no, 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 dude. Let me switch my weapon. Hold on. Can I? Jesus Christ. These guys don't mess around, man. Hold on. Oh, fuck, fuck. Jesus, Jesus. Where the hell did he go? What is this? There's some of the Clowen in the holding pen across from us. I hope we get to see them infected before the crawlers get to us. I bet they make slip skulls out of the devils. Okay. So this is what they're using to infect humans. Wow. Can I open this? Oh shit! All clear, clear, clear. I guess this is the elevator, huh? Let's go. They're doing some sort of an experiment here. All right, we're not coming through this way. What the hell was that, huh? Why it's getting quiet all of a sudden, huh? I'm getting some Half-Life vibes with this game. In a good way. Don't forget, this was created by Insomniac. And as you know who Insomniac Games are, I mean, come on. They're pretty big developers. I'll just give you one clue. Spider-Man, right? They worked behind Spider-Man, and of course, they worked behind that other game that was on PlayStation 3. Besides this, I forgot the name of it, but there was quite a few games that they worked on. But, you know, people will always remember Insomniac because of Spider-Man, of course, and upcoming Wolverine. But they worked on some other games as well. I can't remember the name. There was another PlayStation 3 exclusive that they worked on. I just... Is it Infamous? Infamous Last Light or something? Infamous 1 and 2 Last Light? Or something like that. I think it's Infamous Last Light. Let me see. Was it? I just want to double check. I'm just curious. Infamous Last Light. Yeah, Infamous. A First Light, not a Last Light. First Light. I'm sorry. It was the first Infamous. It was an Infamous, First Light, and the original Infamous. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this was my bad, guys. I'm sorry. This was a Sucker Punch. I apologize. I don't know why I was thinking Insomniac Games. This was a Sucker Punch. I'm sorry. I apologize. The Infamous First Light was developed by Sucker Punch. I don't know why I was thinking Insomniac Games. So Insomniac Games worked on this. They worked on the Spider-Man, and that's what they worked on. And the upcoming Wolverine. I don't know why I was thinking. For some reason, Insomniac Games. It's a Sucker Punch. So, my apologies. That's why we have Copilot AI to get the proper information, and we got the proper information right here. But anyway, my whole point is this is a great franchise, that came out in 2006 for PlayStation 3, and it really showcased what PlayStation 3 can do. So no allowed tonight. Wait, is it on Game Pass? I thought that was February 18th, right? That's okay, man. I can't afford paying $22 right now. I'm gonna wait for Tuesday. You know. That's okay, man. That's why I have a Game Pass. I can wait till Tuesday. Besides, I have all of these other games to play. I mean, I still have Kingdom Come to play. I mean, I haven't finished that. So I'm not in a hurry to really play Avowed. If it was like some other game that I might be super interested in, maybe I would get the early access, but not for that game. But I'll check it out on Tuesday. We'll see how it is. I've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance too, thanks to Jose. I'm like 39 hours into the game. It's pretty good actually, but I don't like the combat. That's like the only thing that I don't like. Everything else is great, except the combat. The combat, it's a little bit slow to me. It's like a timed combat where you have to time everything. Every move has to be timed, and I'm not a huge fan of that. I like more of like a freestyle fighting, so the combat's not that good. But everything else is great. Just the combat, really. But let's be honest, Kingdom Come, it's not about the combat. It's about the adventure, the story, the character development, the choices that you make. It's more driven about that. It's not like I don't want people to think that the Kingdom Come, it's a combat game. It's really not. It's more like a story-driven game, Alright, we need to find the access from here to exit. No, I'm playing it on a PlayStation Plus through streaming, and they have all of the resistance included, all of them. So people who are like wondering about do they have all of the resistance, dude, which is really surprising. They even have the PSP version of Resistance. So they got Resistance 1, 2, and 3. And they got the Retribution, I think. Retribution is the PSP version. Yeah. Oh, what is this? A shotgun. Nice. I was surprised that they added all of these Resistance games, to be honest with you. That's a pretty good story, man. Because when I originally bought this console, PS3 Fat, which I still have, in 2006, this was like the very first game that I picked up on the launch day. I went to Best Buy, I purchased it, and the guy in the blue shirt says, "Alright, man, hurry up. Which game do you want to pick?" And I said, "Well, let me pick this, Resistance, The Fall of Man." And it still looks great. Still looks great, man. This was the very first full HD 1080p game with a 16:9 ratio widescreen, and it's a pretty big deal, man, for PlayStation 3 back then. And it also has a good story too. You learn about this virus that these aliens are using to infect humans. They're trying to extinct us. That's what they're basically doing. They're using a virus to extinct us. So this guy, Nathan, is part of the American forces. He came in here in England to stop this virus from these aliens. And there's another character. Her name is Parker. She's on the frequency 77 radio. And I met her. She's great. And she's got a great ass. It's a pretty cool game. But it's been a long time, 19 years since I played this, you know. After 19 years, it's like, whoa. I almost forgot the story, you know, after 19 years. Let me try a shotgun, huh? Let's see this, huh? Nice, huh? Get some ammo. Actually, it runs pretty good for streaming. One of the things I noticed is the PlayStation has I think PlayStation has a better streaming performance than the xCloud. I have to be honest. I mean, I played a bunch of games on xCloud, but I have to say that PlayStation streaming it's just more stable. in my opinion. You know. Is there latency? Well, Andrew, of course there's going to be a little bit of latency, especially since I'm live streaming and streaming. But it's a little bit of latency, just a slight little delay, just this much, not that much, you know. It's playable. It's not perfect latency, but it's most certainly it's, as you can see, it's manageable. You can play it, but it also depends on what type of internet do you have. Are you streaming, live streaming, or you know, are you watching Netflix, or is somebody else watching Netflix? Another, they're using other devices, you know, to play games. So it all depends on you know what your internet is. But I got to tell you, I have been really enjoying streaming, especially on the portal. It runs really good. And that's my experience. I mean, I think everyone will have different experience on it, but mine has been pretty good. Where's this guy shooting from? Hold on. Okay, let's switch it up. Hold on. There we go. What is this? What is this? The Hedgehog grenade, it's a Chimeran anti-personnel munition. It is thrown like an ordinary hand grenade. Upon landing, it springs up and expands into a spiny cluster. At its kill height, the Hedgehog fires spines in all directions with enough force to pin targets against nearby walls. The effect is especially deadly in confined quarters. Okay. Alright. Guys, I have to just use the bathroom really quick. I have to take a leak. I've been drinking, dude, like so much water. I'll be right back. Just give me about a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Here we go. I'm like a John Wick in this game, dude. You know what this game reminds me of? All these aliens, the way they kind of look like, and all of these technologies that they're using, and they're harvesting humans. That's what they're doing basically. They're harvesting humans. They're infecting humans. It kind of reminds me of War of the Worlds, because Steven Spielberg and Tom Cruise, they released a movie called The War of the Worlds back in 2005, summer of 2005, and this was released in 2006. So I think Insomniac Games was a little bit inspired by the War of the Worlds from Steven Spielberg and Tom Cruise movie, because I do see some similarities. By the way, that was a great movie. That was a great movie.
The conversion center was built on top of an old fish cannery. Networks of tubes transported the bodies from one stage of conversion to another. Once humans are infected by the Chimeran virus, they fall into a coma. The virus begins changing their bodies from the inside out, eventually turning them into one of the Chimeran creatures. The conversion centers simply speed up the process.
Conversion center. So that's what it is. They convert humans into their own.
Sergeant Hale, come in. I'm seeing more hybrid patrols now. They must know we've escaped. Be careful.
Oh, you still have a PS3 and 360? We definitely should play them, man, because those are classics. To me, these classic old games are better than this new stuff that they're releasing, to be honest. Andrew. Because everything back then was original, was innovative, and there was like a there was something about, there was a certain style about these old games, and that's why they can be played forever. You never get tired of playing these old games because there's a certain style, there's a certain, how do I put this? There was a certain vibe about these old games, and that vibe, it still is present even to this day. And there's that vibe that makes them so great and classic. Yeah, today's games are a copy of things that has already been done. Like, we talked about this yesterday. Today's games are a copy of everything else that has been done millions of times, and I think that's why people feel a little bit like, we've played this before, we've tried this before, this is how many versions of this same game are you going to make? Nothing, it's innovative, and I think that's what's missing. People are looking for something new and fresh, innovative that we haven't seen before, And I think that's what's lacking right now. That's what people are yearning for. They're yearning for that new, innovative, game. And we have yet to see it, to be honest. This was, I guess I could say it, this was a golden age of gaming. 2006 was most certainly, well, even before that, I think early 2000, with the release of PlayStation 2, Nintendo GameCube, Dreamcast, Nintendo 64, I mean, these were the golden age. Even the original Xbox with Halo and all the other games that came out, Gears, on the 360 in 2007, was it? Or 2006, November 2006. These were the golden age times, man. Yeah, like Xbox, like if you look at 2006, I would say everything from okay, let's go from 1997 all the way through 2012. Those were the golden age. Everything from, well, I guess we could say 2013. From 97 all the way through 2013, those were the golden age times of great games, man. But then something happens in 2020. 2020 was really like what I felt like the end of the golden age. You know, in 2015, 16, 17, and 18 and 19, we still had great games, you know. But after 2019, I felt that, well, in 2020 it was like, all right, this is the end of that great era. I think 2019 was the last year, the end, with The Last of Us Part 2, because The Last of Us Part 2 was really the end of that great era. I believe The Last of Us Part 2 came out in 2019 with Days Gone, and the 2019 was that last great year of that, you know, era of golden age of gaming. That lasted for a very long time, but in 2020 things have changed. Like, you noticed it, everybody noticed it. Yes, we had a pandemic. Sure, pandemic certainly didn't help. You know, having that pandemic did not help. But there was a drop off. We all felt it, right? There's a certain drop off. We didn't have that golden age greatness of gaming like we used to, that we were like expecting, right? So things have changed in 2020. In my opinion, I think it has changed. Yeah, GTA 5 and The Last of Us. Oh, that was June 2020. Okay, well, the June was the last month of the great era. That's it, you know. And I think after 2020, that was it, man. Honestly, I think 2020 that's it. Once we moved into 2021, the last 5 years was just mediocre at best. And when I say mediocre at best, I'm comparing it to the golden age. People say, well, what do you mean by mediocre? I mean, well, if you look at the golden age of what we had since 1997 throughout early 2000, mid 2000, and you compare it to, let's say, early 2021, and now in 2025, I mean, there is no comparison. Like, you know, it's hard to even compare, because just how great and innovative. Even Heavy Rain, when it came out in 2010 by Quantic Dreams, it's a new, fresh, innovative way of playing a storytelling game with a choices to make throughout the game on the PlayStation 3, and the graphics were like cutting edge graphics. And I remember playing that in February of 2010. That was truly remarkable to play Heavy Rain. I mean, even on a PlayStation 2 with a Fahrenheit, Indigo Prophecy Fahrenheit, even that game, when it first came out on PlayStation 2, was groundbreaking, was very unique. So, you know, we could spend the entire night just talking. We could spend the entire night just talking about how great it was. Obviously, I want to play this game. I don't want to, you know, have people be bored with this conversation, because we don't need to lecture gamers. Gamers know, if you're a gamer, you know how good it was back then, and you know what we have right now. I mean, obviously. But, yeah. So, to me, in the contrast, there's no comparison. What we had back then compared to now, I mean, it's it's laughable. I mean, quite frankly, it's laughable. And I think that's why the gaming industry it's really hurting right now. In my honest opinion, Andrew, I think this is one of the reasons why it's hurting a little bit. I think things will pick up after this year, going into the next year. I think things are going to start to pick up a little bit. Slowly. I think slowly things will start to pick up. But last few years, I got to be honest with you, Andrew, man. In all honesty, last few years, brother, it's been pretty mediocre to say the least. Mediocre to say the least. Sure, there's been some cool games here and there, but nothing groundbreaking, nothing that's gonna be like have your jaws drop and whoa, nothing like remarkable, to say the least. But I'm optimistic. I'm always optimistic. I think, there's past few years, yes, it sucked. Of course. But, and also to be fair, we had pandemic, so pandemic didn't help, obviously. Surely had a big effect on video gaming industry. But I think things will pick up. Honestly, I think next year, honestly, things will start to pick up pretty good in 2026. I think 2026 will pick up with all these games that are coming out, like the Eye Minds, Mindful Eye. What's it called? The Eye Minds, and those other games that I was talking about, Tides of Annihilation. There's some cool stuff happening. We'll get some cool games coming out. We have The Avowed. We have Fable. We have Forza Horizon 6. We have Forza Horizon 5 on PlayStation. We have, things are picking up. And of course, the big behemoth, which is obviously, Grand Theft Auto 6. We don't know yet. We don't know for a fact that it's going to be released this year. It's on a track to be released, but we don't really know. There isn't a set date, so we really don't know. It's still early to talk about GTA 6, but I think things will start to pick up by the end of this year, beginning of 2026, especially 2027, with the release of the new consoles. I think we'll see a lot of stuff getting more better and better in terms of like the type of games we'll be getting, type of different genres of the games, and I think things will pick up in the next few years. Honestly, I think things will pick up. Yeah, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I could be wrong. But looking at what we have so far coming down the pipeline, I think things will pick up, dude. Honestly, I think I'm confident that things will pick up. That's the feeling I'm getting. I don't know. I think so too. GTA 6 most likely October or November. Andrew, I think you called it out, man. I think you're right about PlayStation 6 coming in 2027. And I think you might be right about GTA 6. I was thinking about our conversation yesterday. I think you might be right about GTA 6 maybe not coming, because I think Strauss, the CEO of Take-Two, I think he's just trying to make his investors happy so the stock market goes up for him. He wants to make investors happy. He doesn't want to tell the investors, hey, we're not releasing the game this year. I'm sorry. So I don't think he wants to make his investors not happy. So it's the business, perspective from Strauss, the CEO of the Take-Two Interactive. Rockstar is under that umbrella. Take-Two, 2K Games, Take-Two Interactive. But we also have Borderlands 4. We have, Mafia 4, going back to Sicily where it all started, La Cosa Nostra. So, there's some cool stuff, man, this year happening. We're just in February, man. It's a Valentine's Day, right, tomorrow. We're only in the second month right, Andrew? We're only in the second month of this year, so we still got a long way to go. But I'm super confident we'll see great stuff this year. And then into 2026 and 2027, things will really start to pick up. People will get excited about the new consoles, new generation, next generation of RDNA 3 with the PS6 and whatever Xbox will be called. Nintendo Switch 2 is being released. That's also exciting. We got Nintendo Switch 2 games coming out. Metroid, next generation. We got possibly, of course, new Zelda. So things will pick up. Things will pick up next few years. There's no question about it. I'm super confident. I'm super optimistic. There's no question. Yeah. But in all respect, I understand why last few years were not that good. COVID really, it hurt. It hurt the industry, man. I'm not going to lie. It really did hurt the industry. The pandemic really hurt the industry at the worst possible time. And I think everybody agrees on that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we didn't see such, greatness, respectfully, because of the COVID pandemic, of course. I'm excited for the Armored Core, Andrew. I was super happy to hear that the Armored Core 1 and 2, and I think 3, maybe, that they're coming to PlayStation Plus, man, pretty soon. So I'm a huge fan of Armored Core, so I was super happy about that, man. I was like, yes. Woo! Sometimes I have a feeling like Sony's watching me. Because everything I want, they're bringing me now. Everything I was asking for, Andrew, it's like they're bringing it. It's either they're reading my mind or they're really watching me, secretly. And they're taking notes. Okay, Mr. 4K wants this, he wants that. Okay. Because everything I really wanted is I was super surprised by Time Splitters that they put in there. I was super surprised by Armored Core, Ridge Racer that they're putting in there, Crisis Core, Final Fantasy, So it's pretty good. Now, I don't know. Look, I want people to understand. I don't know for a fact, Andrew, I don't know for a fact if Sony is watching me. I'm just speculating. I don't know, but it's possible. It's internet. Anybody can watch this anywhere. It's not entirely not possible. It's possible. But it seems like they're listening to me, man, because everything I wanted, God of War, Ragnarok, they brought it, dude. I was asking for it. They brought it. Forsaken, they brought it. It's there. So, And Armored Core, man, I was like, yo, wouldn't it be great? Now, SOCOM Navy SEALs, that's on my wish list. I did say that, hopefully Sony's watching. I mean, SOCOM Navy SEALs, bro. Oh, man. I really want SOCOM Navy SEALs. I want all of them. 1, 2, 3. I think there's 4. SOCOM 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think there's 4 of them. But they did bring Resistance. To be fair, they brought. Listen, and this is what I was talking about, Andrew. They did honestly. I had a wish, and they brought it, man. They did, and I was like, really? And they did. This was my wish. I was asking for all of the Resistance, and look at this, brother. Not only did they bring Resistance 1, 2, 3, but they also brought the PSP version, and I couldn't be happier, brother. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. All included. Resistance 1, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, and Resistance PSP, PlayStation Portable, Retribution. So I couldn't be more happier, dude, that they did this. So, you know what? How about remastered, Andrew? How about a remastered Unreal Engine 5 or a Decima engine? They can either pick and choose Unreal Engine 5 or Decima engine. Either way is fine. So if they can do a remastered, like what Team Ninja did with the Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, if they can do a remastered Unreal Engine 5 or a Decima engine, if they could bring SOCOM 1, 2, 3, and 4 remastered, then yeah, that would be great. If they could do that. But I'll be grateful for even for a original port. Honestly, I would be grateful even for the original port. To be honest, but if they can do a remaster, that would be amazing. Actually, I would pay for it. You know what, Andrew? I would pay gladly for it, for all 4 of them. I would gladly pay for like a remastered version, like no problem. It's something I want to own, you know. Okay, well then, CryEngine, because I like what the Kingdom Come's doing with the CryEngine. Either CryEngine or Decima engine. Either CryEngine or Decima engine. I think all of these games should be remastered. If you look at what Konami is like, honestly, Capcom and Konami are a great example. If you look at Konami and like what they've done with the Silent Hill 2, right, looks phenomenal. That's the one game I really want to purchase when I get some money, when I get some cash. Silent Hill 2 looks amazing. So I like what Konami is doing with, you look at Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta. I think they can learn from Konami and Capcom. You know, what Capcom has done with Resident Evil and what Konami is doing with their lineup of Metal Gear and Silent Hill, right? So I think they can learn from Konami and Capcom. You know. Because they have a great, you know, Sony has a great lineup of games, man. They have such a great lineup of games, and honestly, that's all they have to do, just remaster and remake these games. Honestly, I mean, they're pretty much all good. I know it would cost money. Look, I'm not gonna lie. You know, you have to hire people to do the job, so we have to look at it from a business point of view. Sure, I think it would cost Sony a little bit of money, but hey, why not, dude? You're still gonna make big revenue on that, right? Yeah, you have to hire programmers, you have to hire developers to work on it, and sure, it costs money, of course. But I think in the long run, they would benefit on the sales. They would benefit on the PlayStation Plus subscription. I think it would be a huge benefit for them in the long run. They would like profit money down the road for sure. I think it would be a good investment. And I know it costs money. I mean, I understand. Like, you know, I'm not like, you know, I'm not ignorant to that. I mean, I understand, hey, we can't just like, hey, it costs money. We have to get the licensing rights. We have to do this. We have to do that. We have to get the developers. It costs money, but I think they would benefit in the long run, honestly. Exactly. That's a peanut compared to making new games, especially, right? Considering they lost 400 million on the Concord. They could have used that 400 million. Think about it. Instead of making Concord for 8 years, they could have used that 400 million and invest that 400 million elsewhere, like remastering and remaking all of these games that they have, right? They can learn from this. You know what? You can always learn from your mistakes. Yeah, mistakes happen. Listen, look, man, we all make mistakes. But I think Sony can learn from the failure of Concord. You can learn from failures. You can turn the failures into a positive thing. Oh, let's learn from this, man. Let's turn this failure into something that will drive us to create something better. So they could use that money to properly invest into doing all of these remakes. Like, look what Konami is doing. Konami is picking up pretty big right now. Look what Capcom is doing, right? Although Capcom is doing just great with Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma, but also they're very successful with Resident Evil and what they have done with Resident Evil remakes. I mean, honestly. And the upcoming Resident Evil that's coming, which would be what? Is it Resident Evil 8? I know there was a Village, right? Resident Evil 9, I'm sorry. So Resident Evil Village was number 8. So Resident Evil 9, whenever that comes out, that's going to be a huge success, obviously. So we'll see. But like you said, Andrew, they can learn from the mistakes, and they can use that money to properly invest. It's all about the investment, man. I've been watching a lot of like documentaries on how some companies became so successful, right? And how they made their choices, right? Sure, sometimes you have to take a risk. There's always a risk involved. There's no guarantees, nothing set in stone. But you should always make decisions where there's a small percentage of risk, not a high percentage of risk. Concord was too much of a risk. It was too much of a risk, and obviously it didn't pay off. So you want to take as little risk as possible, as little risk as possible, and just like focus on what guarantees a good profit for you into this year, next year, and the following years. Oh, Village was 8. Yeah, that's right.
During the second phase of the conversion process, the humans are wrapped in cocoons. This accelerates the final stages of the conversion. What emerges from the cocoon is determined by the strain of the virus. Each Chimeran creature is created by a separate strain. What we call hybrids, the ones that most closely resemble humans, have the shortest gestation period. The more beastly creatures take months to create and are made from multiple human bodies.
I like the story in this game. Like I said, reminds me of the War of the Worlds. How they're like harvesting humans, to exterminate us. What's the best way to exterminate human populations? By harvesting them and turning them into your own. So the story was very strong point for me in this game as well. I like the story in Resistance. That's right, Village was 8. I can't wait for the Resident Evil 9. It's going to be amazing. Oh my god. I think they're working on it. They're probably working on it. I think Capcom, it's most likely working on it as we speak. That's what I'm thinking. So this also goes back to your point. The next few years, it's going to be very exciting, and I agree on that. You know, the next few years will pick up, and we'll see some great. We might be getting back to the golden age of gaming. Honestly, we might be getting back finally after a few years, 2027, 2028. We might be getting back into the golden age of gaming. You know, which is exciting for us who are gamers like me and Andrew and others. You know, and Jose, and even Shuki, of course. We are gamers. This is a hobby. You know, and like any hobby, man, we're super excited to see that, you know. Oh, we might see it this year. Ooh. Wow, it's been 4 years. Wow, Andrew, time does fly by. Oh, can you believe that, man? It's been 4 years since the village. Wow. Time flies by, dude. You're not kidding. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're getting older, man. Man, I'm starting to feel like a dinosaur, man. Wow, it's already been 4 years. Holy shit. 8 came out in May of 2021. You're right. You're right. It's been 4 years. Holy shit. Wow. Almost 4 years. That's crazy. You know, whoever said life is short, man, they're telling the truth. You know, life is short, man. I mean, time flies by, man. Here we are, already February, man. We're almost done with the February. Almost done with the February. It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Wow. That was creepy. How that finger was moving. Or better yet, that claw. I'm super excited to see the Resident Evil 9. I'm a huge fan of Resident Evil, man. I finished all of them. I can't wait, you know. Capcom has always been successful. You know, I just realized, man, they've always been successful. Sure, Dragon's Dogma 2 was a little bit of a mishap, but they patched it up. Now it's working just fine. But Capcom has always been strong. Teaser. Oh, yeah, this is a teaser for Resident Evil 9. You're right. There you go. Teaser for Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil 9. Let's open this door. Oh my god. Look what they're doing. These are cocoons where they're keeping the humans to transform into their own. Wow. You know, Resistance would have made a great TV show, don't you think? If like Netflix picked up the rights from Sony and Insomniac Games, I think Resistance would have made a great TV show, don't you think, Andrew? I mean, honestly, if I'm a film director, I'm thinking, you know, let's get in touch with Netflix and Sony and Insomniac Games, and let's work on making a TV show. Maybe we can get, you know, Steven Spielberg to be an executive producer. I'm sure he would be interested in this. And I think it would make a great TV show, man. Honestly. Yeah, they're in the movie and TV business. They should also. Well, they're also in the music business. They have a record label, Sony Records, but they should most certainly do a TV show. I would most certainly watch this on Netflix for sure. Do the TV show and remake the games and make a new one. Man, bingo, man. That's a jackpot right there. That's guaranteed money making. Yo, that's a guaranteed revenue right there. I'm telling you. That's like a guaranteed money maker. Guaranteed money making. Bingo. Jackpot. Look how successful The Last of Us is. And the new season's coming out. I mean, just look at The Last of Us, how successful that is. Right? Yeah, they have a lot of resources, man. See, that's one of the things that Sony has that Microsoft doesn't really have. Let's be honest. I mean, I think that's the upper hand that Sony has. They have a lot of resources in Hollywood and entertainment, and I think it makes it much easier for them to use those resources to make these great AAA games, because they have all of those resources, which I think Microsoft doesn't. And I think that's where I think Sony has the upper hand when it comes to making these great games, because of the resources that they have, you know. Well, look at the Fallout TV shows; those successful. The Last of Us, Fallout, Halo. Well, Halo. I mean, so what was the problem with Halo? I think Halo TV show made a mistake showing who Master Chief is. You should never take off that helmet. That's the golden rule, man. You can't. It's what keeps Master Chief a Master Chief is him as a mysterious monolith. I don't know. I mean, how no one told Steven Spielberg, sir, I don't know how well did you play Halo, how familiar you are with the Halo games, did you play them really well? The whole idea behind Master Chief, it's not to show who he is. What makes Master Chief this mystique, monolithic, mysterious figure is it's that mystery. Who is he? Who is he? What is he? And I think that's what drives the series. But no, they showing, you know, him walking around naked and showering and goofing around, and yeah, it just didn't work out, man. I think that was the mistake they did with a Halo, and I think that's why it didn't work. You know, that was a no-no, man. Like, you can't do that. There's like certain rules. Like James Bond. James Bond cannot die. That's the golden rule. And the fact that they killed James Bond in the last movie, like, come on. You know, there's certain rules you can't. You know, you have to go by those rules, and you have to stay within those rules, you know. In my opinion, you know. You know, Master Chief, it's irrelevant. Once we know who he is, and once we know his weakness, he's irrelevant. It's like, he can put on that armor and a helmet, but it's irrelevant. What made him relevant was, who is he? Who is this Master Chief? Who are you? This monolithic, mystic figure. And it's that mystery, the curiosity, the human mind of curiosity, it's always there. Like, who is this person? Who is this entity? Who is behind this suit? So, that's why it failed, in my opinion. I mean, look, the actor was great. Nothing against the actor. He did the best of the job that he could with the script that he was given. But it's just, I'm sorry, you can't show who he is. That's the mystique. That's the monolith of Master Chief. And he's much taller, man. He's, how tall he is? He's enormous, dude. He stands out. He's pretty tall. So there were so many errors and problems with that TV show, and I think that's why the Paramount canceled it. They were like, all right, this is not working. Clearly, the fans are not happy, and the ratings were not good. So, and I knew that the TV show was going to fail. I remember watching the first season. I was like, man, they already screwed it up, man. On the first pilot episode, like, they're showing who Master Chief is, and he's taking a shower, and he's goofing around, he's walking around naked. Like, what is this? I mean, yeah, it was just, no. I knew right away he was going to fail. I was like, all right, he failed on the arrival, dude. The TV show failed on the arrival on the first season. Like, the first episode, it failed. And when you fail on the first episode, you know that's it, man. It's over. When you are taking on beloved trademarks like Halo, Metal Gear Solid, Resident Evil, it has to be taken with a great deal of care and passion. Even with the Marvel movies, they had to be taken in a great deal of care. So when you're dealing with such iconic, important trademarks and characters, they're beloved by so many, you have to take a great deal of care and passion to deliver and to make fans happy. Remember, you're making it for the fans. You're not making it for yourself. So you have to think about the fans. All right, is this going to upset the fans? Is this going to make everyone upset and pissed off that we're doing this with a TV show? So you have to stay true to the fan base, and you got to make fan base happy. This is the mindset that every director, producer needs to have. You got to think about the fan base and how they're going to react, how they're going to feel about it. Well, another great example is the Star Wars, right? Andrew, look at Star Wars and what happened to Star Wars. I mean, what a disaster, right? I mean, we could go down the list. Fallout was great. They did a great job. But that's because Fallout there was a great deal of care. Because you had Todd Howard involved. And Todd Howard, just like Neil Druckmann was involved with The Last of Us, you had Todd Howard involved with the Amazon and the Fallout. They wanted to make sure, because Todd Howard obviously is the director creator of the Fallout, so he wanted to make sure that the Fallout was done right. So he was heavily involved with that project, and he wanted to make sure. I remember he did a podcast with Lex Friedman. There's this guy, Lex Friedman. He does the podcast. He's very uh, popular. He's like Joe Rogan. He has a very popular podcast, millions and millions of subscribers, millions of views. And he had Todd Howard on, and they were talking about the upcoming project of Fallout, and he said that he wants to make sure that it's done right, you know. It was done right because he was involved. He wanted to make sure, hey, we need to stay true to the game and the universe of the Fallout in the game. So we're gonna do this right, you know. Todd Howard is Fallout, but he did a pretty good job with Indiana Jones. I think Machine Games and Todd Howard did a pretty good job on the Indiana Jones, and of course Troy Baker. I mean, the master of the voices. I mean, he's the master of the voices. He's the chameleon, just like me. He's a chameleon. Maybe he's my distant cousin or something. I don't know. Because both me and Troy, we have the ability to mimic voices and do voices. And of course, Troy Baker, man, it's just legendary the way he portrayed the young Harrison Ford. Even Harrison himself congratulated him and shook Troy's hand and says, if I knew this guy was this good, he says, I would have done it myself. He said, if I knew that this guy was this good, I would have done it myself. So Troy Baker, fantastic job he did. Yeah. I agree, it would have been better in the third person. I think the third person option, they can still do it. And I'll tell you how they can still do it. Andrew. They can still do it when they release it on PlayStation 5 later on this year. They can still have that option. So it's still something. They have opportunity, honestly. They have opportunity when they bring it to PlayStation 5. They can give an option. It's like the option is there if you want it. If you don't want it, you don't have to. But we're going to give people this option for those who do want it. And it shouldn't be that big of a deal, honestly. All they have to do is just patch it up. Just a small little patch, man. Very simple. Yeah, patch it on the Xbox and PC version, and also have it patched up for the PS5. I would go even further. I would actually recommend for the PlayStation 5 version, I would recommend Todd Howard and Machine Games to take the advantage of this. Take the advantage of PlayStation VR 2 with the upcoming Indiana Jones for the PlayStation 5. Why not take the advantage of PlayStation VR 2? I would take the advantage of that. I think the Indiana Jones would benefit greatly in VR. So now you could have a third-person option and the VR, and add some extra content, you know, some extra DLCs and some extra stuff, right? So, you know, there's all kinds of possibilities, but that's up to the developers, you know, that's up to the, of course, up to the Todd Howard, so we'll see. That's true, and I still have it. I still have a Skyrim in VR on the original PlayStation. I still have it. Who wants some? Let's go. Nice. I need to turn on my old PlayStation 4 Pro, and I need to plug in my PlayStation VR 1. I need to play some Ace Combat. I still have Ace Combat in VR, which is great. I have Skyrim. I got a bunch of... I have Drive Club. Somebody was asking me about a... Oh, no. I know, dude. Somebody was asking me about this. Hold on. I think Jose was asking me about this. I totally forgot. Hold on a second. I do have an aim controller about this, the Farpoint. So I thought about maybe we can do a Farpoint one of these days. Farpoint's pretty cool. It's set on Mars. It's in VR, so I probably might do this soon for you guys. And I think Jose was asking about this, so I might do it. Oh, it works actually. I tried it. I played it not too long ago, Andrew. It works. Sure, the graphics are not the greatest. The resolution is not the greatest. But the performance still there, and it works actually. It does. And so does the Ace Combat. Ace Combat works. Of course, the Iron Man in VR also, which I have, works as well. So, yeah, it still works actually. Still works. Well, you cannot go online, but you can play it offline. You know, yes, the servers are not working, but you can still play it offline. You can play all the levels in Canada, Sweden, Norway, Southeast Asia, right? They got all those tracks. You can still go and drive. Yeah. All the cars are still there. I might do it. I might, one of these days, plug it in and show it to you guys. My only thing, man, it's such a, it's a pain in the butt to connect the PlayStation VR. There's so many cables, man. You have to get that PlayStation camera. Dude, it's like a labyrinth. It's like a spaghetti western of cables, bro. Oh my God. Connecting a PlayStation VR, it's a science project. There's so many things you have to connect, man. There's so many wires, so many things. Well, when I played it last year, they did. When I played it last year, it worked. I played it and it works. But I can try it again. Let's use the Switch. You can also play the original Drive Club without the VR, but it's offline. I mean, you can still drive it, but it's offline. So it works. Yeah. It's just you're not going to have any connection to the servers, and there won't be any updates. So if there's a bug in the game, you're kind of stuck with the bug. But I've been playing it, and I can't complain, man. It still works. Yeah. And the graphics still holds up, man. Dynamic weather and everything still holds up. Still great. I might do it one of these days for you guys, if you want to. My only thing is, it will take me a while to connect my PlayStation VR to original, because there's so many wires I have to connect, man. It's a pain in the ass to connect PlayStation VR original. So Yeah, but it's in your library. If you own it, you should have it. Sure, you cannot buy it on the store. It's not available on the store. But if you bought it, it's still there in your library. You can still have it. Which I still have it in my library. I believe so. Think so. Yeah, it's still in my library. Yeah. I think it's on my library too. Let me see. I think it is. I think both of them they're in my library. My collection. Let me see. Drive Club. I'm pretty sure it's here. I still got my Killzone Shadowfall. It's still here. Yeah, I have it. Yeah. Firewall 0 Hour. I got that as well. It's in there. Iron Man, Farpoint, Bravo Team. Evil Dead. I still have Evil Dead, by the way. I didn't know I have a Project Cars too. Wow. FIFA 18. I have it on the. I have a disc for it. Let me search for it. I think I have it. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. Drive. There it is. There it is. It's all there. I have it. Yep. I'll do it one of these days with the Ace Combat. It's just, you know, I just have to connect my PlayStation VR original, because connecting a PlayStation VR original with the PlayStation 4 Pro, man, it's such a science project. There's so many wires, dude, you have to connect. It takes a while, man. That's the only thing, man. It's just connecting a PlayStation. It's like PlayStation VR original. It's not a simple plug and play. There's so many cables you got to plug in and out, HDMI and USB for this, USB out for that. Oh, dude, it's like a spaghetti western of cables. Yeah, one of the advantage of the PlayStation VR 2 is it's easier to plug and play versus the original PlayStation. But we'll see. I might do a Farpoint Drive Club VR, Farpoint Drive Club VR, and Ace Combat. Hell, I might even do a Resident Evil. You know, I have Resident Evil in VR. I might do that. The original Resident Evil 7. I got a bunch of PlayStation VR games, dude. But I think Farpoint would be an interesting one, along with the Drive Club VR. Skyrim, also got Skyrim in there as well. Ace Combat 7 is pretty cool. I'm surprised that they didn't do the whole campaign with VR, and I'm also surprised that the PlayStation VR 2 doesn't have an update for. I'm surprised that Sony didn't reach out to Namco Bandai to take the full advantage of PlayStation VR 2 for Ace Combat 7, and to be able to play both single-player campaign missions and multiplayer on the VR. I think that would benefit greatly for Ace Combat 7 to be able to play the entire campaign missions on PlayStation VR 2 and to be able to play multiplayer with other players on PlayStation VR 2. I think they would have benefited greatly. And I'm surprised that Sony didn't reach out to Namco Bandai about that. There's all of these opportunities, man. We talked about the remasters, remakes. There's all of these opportunities, and it's like, it makes me wonder, how is it possible that they're not thinking about these types of deals? Like, how they're not focused on these opportunities. These are missed opportunities, man, that it makes me wonder when these CEOs are sitting around a table, these executives in Tokyo, at Tokyo Sony PlayStation headquarters, when they're sitting around and having a conversation, when they're having a boards of directors meeting, and they're having a conversation, I'm surprised that none of them is really thinking about all of these missed opportunities that they can take advantage of. And it's funny that a guy like me or a guy like you has to come up with these ideas, and it really says a lot about these executives and these CEOs and executives of Sony and PlayStation, that they're not really asking these questions. Why don't we take the advantage of this? Why don't we take the advantage of that? Why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? And it makes you wonder, man. Like, why aren't they thinking of these things? Why is it that I have to think about it, you have to think about it, and they're not thinking about it? And it's just it's interesting. Yeah, but why not take the advantage? It's only going to benefit. Honestly, it's only going to benefit. I think you would see a bunch of people buy PlayStation VR 2 if they know that they can play Ace Combat and live their fantasies as the Top Gun Maverick, and then team up against other people online, against their friends in the VR. I think, sure. I think most certainly there would be a good percentage of gamers that would actually purchase just for that. I'm talking Ace Combat fans, sure. And aviation guys, ex-Air Force guys, and they wouldn't mind trying it out. There's always an audience, that's going to benefit you with the sales. Look at the Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo 7 on PlayStation VR 2, it's amazing. And that certainly has sold a lot of headsets due to the Gran Turismo. All of these opportunities, man, why not? Why not take those opportunities? I just don't understand. But nonetheless, it's an opportunity that shouldn't be missed out on. Even though it's a niche market, but it doesn't matter if it's a niche market. You already have a VR headset. Why not take the advantage of it? Why not take the opportunity and seize the opportunity? I think missed opportunity, it's something that it just doesn't make any sense to me. You're only going to benefit. You're not going to lose. You are going to lose if you make stupid decisions like you did with Concord, where you lose $500 million. That's a stupid decision. You worked on the game for 8 freaking years and then you lose $500 million. That's a stupid decision. So what my point is, why make stupid decisions, man? Make smart decisions. I think it's time for these companies to start making smart decisions, man. Seize the opportunity, whatever it is, seize it. All you're going to do is gain money. You're not going to lose. So I don't understand the logic if in them not seizing the opportunity. Days Gone 2. Seize the opportunity with Days Gone 2. There's 250,000 signatures on a petition. That's 250,000 people who complained. They want to see a Days Gone sequel. Why not make that sequel? You got already 250,000 people, who want that game. So all of these opportunities, they need to be seized, in my opinion. And that's just the way I think. Yeah. Oh, dude, that would profit big time from Days Gone 2. That would make total sense for them financially. Also, it would make sense for them financially to remaster all of these games and bring them back. They would just profit money. I mean, they already lost a bunch of money. Why not profit? Like I said, all they're gonna do is gain money. Yeah, but then what would you rather do? Would you rather take a risk and make these new games and lose money? Or would you rather do something where you can seize the deal and have a pretty good... Remember, take smaller risk. Don't take big risks. There's always a risk involved. Nothing is set in stone. But why take big risks with the new IPs that you're not so sure about? Why not take smaller risks, and you already know that the Days Gone 2 people want. So that's a small risk to take. There's 250,000 signatures. You already know the 250,000 people will buy it day one. So why not make a Days Gone 2? Why not bring these games like SOCOM and others and remaster them, remake them? All you're going to do is benefit. It's a small risk to take. Yes, it will cost money. Just running the company is costing money because you have to pay people, right? So what I'm simply saying is take small risks, don't take big risks, because Concord was a big risk. And I think they can learn from Concord not to take that unnecessary risk that they did with Concord, Oh, dude, you know what? That's... Andrew, they don't even need to do that, man. They don't even have to do that. They don't have to test it. It's already... people already spoken. They want Days Gone. I mean, it's nice that there's a remaster, but people have already spoken, man. They signed 250,000 signatures. I mean, doesn't that tell you there's 250,000 people who want the game? I mean, if I have 250,000 signatures telling me I want the game, guess what I'm doing? I'm making the game. I'm not going to say no. Days Gone was very successful. Sure, in the beginning, it didn't do so well because of bad ratings and some stupid controversy about the zombies, and I'm not going to mention the whole thing about the GameSpot, and the article that was written by GameSpot and all of that, because it was just ridiculous. The individual that wrote the article and reviewed the game didn't even review the game properly. It was complaining about why does the zombies look like rhinos. Why isn't there different color zombies? Like, does it really matter? And then she didn't like the bikers. The bikers are Hell's Angels and they're bad dudes and blah blah blah. So it got bad ratings because of the reviews, but people picked it up and the people said, "Man, this is great. We like this. We like this game." Since 2019, I believe, it's been doing great. But I know Sony wants the guaranteed. See, I think that's also a bad mindset. I know what Sony says. Sony says, we want the guaranteed money maker. Yeah, well, Sony, there's no guarantees. Okay? No one can guarantee you a guaranteed success. No such thing exists. What you do have, you have analysis. You can do analysis. You can analyze and see, do people really want this game? And if you have a 250,000 signatures, guess what that means? People really want this game. You got 250,000 signatures. That means they really, really want this game. Sure. Is it going to be successful? Well, there's no guarantee on that, obviously. No one can guarantee you how successful something is going to be. I mean, that's the risk you take when you're making anything. Or a TV show, a movie. Currently Steven Spielberg is making a movie about the UFOs called The Dish. It's about the aliens and UFOs. It's called The Dish. He's currently working on a movie. It's a science fiction UFO movie. It's the last time he did an alien movie was the War of the Worlds, and of course before that he did, of course, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. So this is more like a close Encounters of the Third Kind that he's kind of like trying to reshape in a 2026. It's going to be released next year, 2026 May. I think May 15th, 2026. Is it going to be successful? Steven Spielberg doesn't know. Nobody knows. But that's the risk you take. Yes, it's a big name. Steven Spielberg is working on it, so people are excited. But is it going to be successful? We don't know. But same thing with the Days Gone 2. No one can guarantee you success. Success, you just have to roll the dice, man. You got to roll the dice. It's the only way. Yeah. Also, where's siphon filter, man? We need a new siphon filter. Like, what are we doing with a siphon filter? How come we don't? There should be a next generation siphon filter. Why not? Why don't you have Ben Studios working on 2 projects? Days Gone 2 and the next generation siphon filter, right? Because you got to remember, Sony has a huge, healthy library of licenses, of games. They can resurrect. At any given time, they can resurrect. And, even in new Twisted Metal, why not do a new Twisted Metal, new generation Twisted Metal, right? I mean, a new Motorstorm. I mean, a new Resistance. A new Killzone, right? I mean, we talked about this yesterday. These are like the missed opportunities to me that I think Sony needs to refocus their trajectory. You know what I mean, Andrew? Like their trajectory, where they want to go in the next few years. And I think it's the lack of leadership, in my opinion. I don't know what to think of Herman Holst. I personally don't think Herman Holst is that of a, great CEO of the Sony PlayStation Studios. I don't feel that he's passionate. You barely hear anything from him. You rarely see him talk about anything. He barely shows up on a State of Play, or he barely does any interviews. I don't know what to think of Herman Holst. Yes, I know he was with Guerrilla Games, Killzone, Horizon World. I get it. He made some cool games, but at the same time, he doesn't strike me as someone who's passionate about like what his vision is, where he wants to see PlayStation go. Jack Trent was different. Jack Trent had a vision. Greatness awaits. If you look at Jack Trent, he clearly had a vision where he wanted PlayStation 4 to go. Greatness awaits. And of course, he passed it on to Sean Layden, and then Sean Layden took over, and he continued with that trend of greatness awaits. And then you had Jim Ryan come in, and what did Jim Ryan bring? Absolutely nothing. And now you have this guy, Herman Holston. He wanted to do, he says his main focus wants to be live service games, and I'm so sad to hear that his main focus wants to be live service games when he clearly knows that the live service games cost him $400 million from Concord, and it failed. And now the executives and the CEOs of Sony Corporation are saying no to the live service of The Last of Us, no to the live service of God of War, no to the live service of Horizon Zero Dawn. So the dream of the live service games has been put to stop. And I think that's a good thing that Sony made that decision to tell Herman Hulst, no, we're not doing service games. We're going to focus on something else. And that's a good approach that at least executives at the Sony in Tokyo are realizing what Herman Hulst is trying to do, it's not working. And I don't know, man, how long is it going to last? Are they going to fire him? Are they going to get someone else? I don't know. They might put someone else, man. They might fire him, dude. They might put someone else. Who knows? You know. I don't think he's doing a great job. I don't think he's doing a great job, and I think he should step down. Personally, I think Herman Hulst should step down and let someone else take over. Someone who was like Jack Trent, passionate about what the gamers want, what the gamers need, and then focus on that, you know, on that objective. This is what we're doing. What is it that the gamers want? What is it that the gamers need of PlayStation? And let's go ahead, let's deliver on that. Let's bring them what they are asking, and let's deliver on that. And I think Herman Hulst is not the one that's going to bring that, honestly. He is just like Jim Ryan. They're a bunch of suits. They're just looking at the money, profit, revenue. They're looking at ones and zeros. So I don't look at. I know they've been successful. How many? 75 million PlayStation 5 consoles they sold. So they've been very successful at selling a PlayStation 5 last year in holiday season. But to me, he's just looking at ones and zeros. He's looking at the numbers. He's more like a business, like you said. You know, he's more like of a business guy. He's looking at profit revenues instead of what the gamers want. You know, I don't think he will step down. The only way it happens is if the CEO of the Sony decides to fire him. I think that would be the only way that would happen. Like if the CEO, and that could really happen. I mean, you never know. You know, CEOs in Tokyo will say, "All right, we don't know about this guy. We need someone else." I mean, when I say fire him, they'll give him a severance pay. They'll take care of him. They'll give him benefits and all that. He's not going to be out on the street. I mean, all right, he's going to have a good retirement plan and everything. They'll take care of him, but they'll probably have him. You know, they'll probably put him somewhere else on the PlayStation. You know, to work somewhere else in the PlayStation. I don't know, but they'll probably get someone else to oversee that division of PlayStation Game Studios, and I think they really need new leadership, man. I think honestly right now, and this is just, and I know some people will get mad at me because I'm criticizing Sony. I'm not criticizing, I'm just giving my feedback. I think they need a new leadership, man. They need to get some fresh new perspective and focus on what gamers want. If I am the CEO of the PlayStation Gaming Studios, Andrew, I am going to be focused on what is the core essence of PlayStation that will make it great, and what is it that people are asking that will make it great. So I look at what people want. What do they want? Let's see what the PlayStation fans want. What are they looking for? What they want more of. So I would focus on what the PlayStation fans want, and that would be my focus, to focus on them, to see what they want, and then to deliver on that, on what they want. And once you do that, once you deliver on that, then you're good. Well, I want to give him a chance too, but he's already taking a wrong step towards his, view of PlayStation. He's not active. He's not doing interviews. He's not on a state of play. He's not communicating with his fans. And his focus already was on the live service. He needs to forget about the live service, and he needs to focus on to be more connected with us, the fans. I don't feel he's connected to the fan base. I'm just not feeling that energetic, passionate, like when you look at Phil Spencer, he's connected to the gamers. Like when you look at Jack Trent was always connected. He was always doing interviews, connected to the fan base and hearing what the fans want, trying to deliver on what the fans want, AAA games, first party games, right? Jack Trent was the guy. But I'm not feeling that passion from him. I'm not feeling that ambition. I don't see that ambition from him. What I'm seeing from him is just business, profit, revenue. How many consoles can we sell? How much revenue can we get? To me, he's just like one of those guys at the Wall Street. Invest into this stock, buy this stock, right? He strikes me as a Wall Street guy, really. But let's give him a chance. Let's see what happens. Maybe he'll surprise us. We don't know. I mean, because he's also a developer. Don't forget, he developed Killzone. He developed, he's part of Guerrilla Games, so he was a developer. Yes, he was handed a shitty deal from Jim Ryan, sure. Jim Ryan definitely didn't help. So we'll see. We'll see. Next few years, let's give him a chance. We'll see what happens. That's fair enough. So we'll see what happens. I think he should be more focused on focusing on a next Killzone. If I was Herman Holst, I was like, all right, Killzone 4 or 5, Killzone 5, right? Let's focus on a new Killzone. Let's keep it moving, and let's get going. And then from there, work on the new IPs. You can use Guerrilla Games to work on Killzone, the new Killzone, and then let's work on the new IPs. Something from Guerrilla Games as well. Horizon, yeah, we can bring Horizon. We can take Horizon to a different direction. So there's a lot he can do. He still has the opportunity, in my opinion, to make it happen. I just hope that it's not focused on the live service, because the last interview that he did, Andrew, his main focus was the live service and Helldivers, and he's a huge fan of Helldivers. And granted, Helldivers 2 was a phenomenon. It somehow got successful, but it doesn't mean that every live service game will be successful as Helldivers 2 was. Helldivers was one exception. It was one of those once in a lifetime, exceptions. So I just hope that he's not focused on live service too much. That he focuses on the first party, bringing the remasters, remakes, things like that. Because if he's focused on the live service games, then that's not good. Because live service games, it's a big risk. I mean, he's taking a big risk with the live service games, in my opinion. And he said he wants to invest. That was the recent interview he did. I forgot which article it was. It was the recent interview he did. He wants to focus on investing into a live service. And I was so disappointed to hear that after what has happened last year with the Concord, that he's still focusing on the new IPs. He says we can learn from Helldivers, we can learn from Concord, and we can learn how to adjust. I don't know, to me that's the wrong approach. You can learn from Concord to focus elsewhere. Helldivers was a phenomenon, was a once in a lifetime opportunity. It's not going to work on every live service game. So I wouldn't focus too much. My advice to him would be, don't focus too much on the live service games. Focus on the first party. That's where the PlayStation shines the most. That is the true core essence, Andrew, of what makes PlayStation the PlayStation. It's like what we saw yesterday, those first party games, right? Eyes, Minds, and Tides of Annihilation, you know, right? Metal Eden, a bunch of other games. The core essence of PlayStation, it's always going to be first party games. That's what makes this very unique and exceptional. That's what makes PlayStation stand out in past 3 decades, 30 years. We just had a 30 years anniversary, right? And I think they need to focus on the first party. That should be their ultimate focus, you know. Honestly, it worked for 30 years, right? Right, Andrew? It worked for 30 years. Why wouldn't it work right now? And I know games are expensive. Don't get me wrong. I know, Andrew, that now things have changed. Making video games is even more expensive than previously. And I'm aware of that from business perspective. Yeah, hundreds of millions, 200 of million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million per game. That's a lot of money, dude. I know it might be a peanut, but it's still, because you don't know if the game's going to be successful, and you just spent 200, 300 million. So they need to focus on a budget for less money. Why can't you make a game for 80 million? You can make a successful game with 80 million, 50 million, right? It doesn't have to be 100 million, 200 million. You can make some AAA first-party games with a 50 million, 70 million. You know, there's other ways you could look at your budget, right? You look at Sony's budget and what they can really make with what the budget allows them to make. And you can look at the budget and you can say, okay, we have this budget. Well, let's make a game with 75 million, right, Andrew? And let's see how that works. You might have a success with a 75 million, you know. Yeah, 100 million to 150, it's a good start. I think studios shouldn't have a problem with the tools that they have available, with all the resources that they have available. 100 to 150 million, honestly, they could make some great AAA first-party games. Absolutely, you know. But we'll see what happens. Like you said, to be fair, I think you're right. Maybe I'm being a little bit too critical of Herman Holst. But the only reason I was being too critical of him because of what he said about the live service games and how excited he is about the live service games. I was like, I was a little bit disappointed to hear that he's super excited about the live service games, to invest into live service, even though he knows that the live service games have not worked that well with Concord, although Helldivers 2 was one exception. But he was given, like you said, he did inherit a mess from Jim Ryan in the past few years. I mean, let's just be fair. He did inherit a mess from Jim Ryan. and Jim Ryan made some decisions that I didn't like, obviously. So I think he's left with the mess that the Jim Ryan left. So now he has to pick up that mess to see what he can do with it, you know. That's the way I'm looking at it, you know. Let's give him a chance to see what he can do in the next few years. If he can't deliver anything in the next few years, well then, you know, then I think he failed. But we'll see what he does, you know. He just recently took the position, right? Was it last year? Recently, right? So I mean, he's still got lots of time to clean up. Yeah, we'll see what happens, you know. I just, you know, my only thing about him is I want him to be more active with the fans, like Jack Trent was. I want him to reassure. I want him to be on a camera. I want him to talk to us. I want him to do videos. I want him to be active with fans, to reassure the fan base, hey, you're in good hands. Don't worry, we got a lot of projects coming out with the PlayStation. Stay tuned. You'll see in the next few years, next couple of years, we have so many exciting announcements. Like, I want him to kind of like to be more active and energetic. And I'm just not seeing that from him. You know, that's like the only quality that I'm like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? I want him to be more passionate. Jack Trent was full of energy, no low energy. I don't mean to sound like Trump, you know. Hold on. The Herman host, he's a low energy. I think we need someone with a higher energy and a higher IQ. I don't know about the Herman host and the live service. We'll see what happens, but I think he can do a little bit better job. We'll see what he does in the next couple of years, and we'll see what happens. I think it's too early to tell, but we'll see what happens. Jack Trenton was great, man. I love Jack Trenton. He was one of the best. He really brought PlayStation into a new era of greatness. You know, he was the only CEO that lived up to his word. Like, he manifested. Remember when he said the greatness awaits? When he announced the PlayStation 4, he says the greatness awaits. He wasn't lying. Like a prophet, he told us, guys, with a PlayStation 4, the greatness awaits. And it did. It did. He delivered, man. Like Jack Trenton, he delivered. He delivered. Like, remember the quoteness when he says the greatness awaits. And it did. The greatness was awaiting, and he brought it up, man. 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I mean, nothing but greatness, dude. Greatness awaits, and he did. And that's all due to Jack Trenton. He was one of the best CEOs, man. Honestly, one of the best. Probably one of the best CEOs that we ever had with Sony, man. He was the best. That's a rare gem, dude. That's a rare gem. That's a rare breed, man. That we had someone like Jack Trent, you know. But we'll see. We'll see what the Herman host will do. Let's give him a chance. Give him a couple of years. See what he does. You know. See what happens.
The final stage of the Chimeran conversion process is known as the birth chamber. The cocoons are opened and new Chimera are born. In the case of hybrids, a cooling apparatus is fused into their bodies. The Chimeran metabolism is roughly 12 times that of humans. This results in remarkable healing abilities, but also raises their body temperatures significantly. Without the cooling apparatus, the hybrids would overheat and die.
Conversion center. This is where they harvest the humans and turn us into monsters. Pretty good story, man. Resistance has a pretty good story when you really get into it.
Sergeant, I've made it out of the camp. The hybrids are on full alert. Looks like you're going to have a fight on your hands.
Oh, don't worry. I'm ready. I'm fully loaded. You know, the sound effects in this game were pretty good for back then, especially with the Dolby Digital when this was released in 2006. You know, PlayStation 3, when it was released, I'm talking about a PlayStation 3 Fat, which I still have, was state of the art, man. That was a state of the art, you know, console with a Blu-ray player, Blu-ray discs. Video games were on the Blu-ray discs. They can hold more storage on that disc. Was it worth it? $600? Absolutely, man. Especially with a Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots when it was released on 2008 June. I think it was a June 2008. I think June 12th 2008. There was a Euro Cup or something, European Cup or something, back then in 2008. Was there European Cup during the summer? But I do remember playing it in the summer of 2008. And Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots really took the full advantage of what PlayStation 3 can do. Big time. Well, they could have put Concord as part of PlayStation Plus. They still could have profit money. I think the reason Concord failed, it wasn't a bad game. I mean, I played it, sure. Yeah, it was a rip-off off of Blizzard's what you call it, Overwatch 1 and Overwatch 2. But it wasn't a bad game. What it was bad was the fact that you have to pay for it. And I think that was the issue. If the game was included with the PlayStation Plus Premium, I think the game would still be here. The game would still be playable. There would be a bunch of additional add-ons and bunch of additional content. The reason it failed is because you're making people pay $40 for a live service game plus an additional $18 for PlayStation Plus membership. People are like, why are we paying close to $60 for this? Why isn't this included? It should have been included, But what happened is, I think they saw the success of Helldivers 2, and I think this is really where Sony failed. They looked at the success of Helldivers 2 and they were thinking, wait, we can do the same thing with a Concord. Helldivers 2, it's already successful. Helldivers 2 was once in a lifetime miracle. Okay? You're not always going to have that miracle every single time. That was a once in a lifetime miracle exception. And I think Sony gambled with that same idea. Well, if Helldivers 2, we're doing the same thing with Helldivers 2, why can't we do the same thing with a Concord? And that's where they failed. They should have put Concord as a part of a PlayStation Plus service. If it was part of PlayStation Plus service, I think the game would still be functional. People would say, hey man, I'll just sign up for PlayStation Plus and I can play it. I need a PlayStation Plus service anyway to play it. Why not just get the PlayStation Plus service and play it? So I think that's where they made a mistake. They were like super excited because they couldn't believe, oh wow, Helldivers last year, as a matter of fact, it's a 1-year anniversary. Helldivers 2 was released last year in February of 2024. So Sony got this appetite from Helldivers 2 and they were like, oh wow dude, it worked on the Helldivers 2, why can't it work for Concord? And that's where they made a mistake. That was their mistake. They were getting super excited with Helldivers 2 success, and they thought, well, if you were successful with a Helldivers 2, this will work with a Concord. And it didn't, That was honestly my opinion. That's where they made a mistake. That was some John Wick shit right there. Hold on, we're not done yet. Where is he? You know what? I'll use a shotgun on this guy. I'm getting surgical with this bitch. It's like Denzel Washington says in that movie, Training Day. I'm getting surgical with this bitch. That's right, I'm getting surgical with this bitch. This is still a great game, dude. 19 years old. This game, it's 19 years. Can you believe it? 19 years and it still looks great, plays great. Like I said, I remember when I purchased my PlayStation 3 Fat, I went to Best Buy and I purchased it. I think I got the 64 gigabyte version. And the guy in the blue shirt says, all right, man, hurry up. Which game do you want to pick? Because, you know, these games are flying off the shelves. And I said, okay, I want the Resistance Fall of Man. And Resistance Fall of Man was the first game that I purchased. I also got Talladega Nights as an extra copy, a Blu-ray movie. So that came in for free. It was bundled in. I got Talladega Nights, comedy movie, Blu-ray movie. It was funny though. Talladega Nights was funny. So I had the Talladega Nights Blu-ray movie, and of course I picked up the copy of Resistance Fall of Man. So this was the very first game that I played on PlayStation 3 back in 2006. And it still looks great. It still looks great, this game. This game holds up even after 19 years. Even after 19 years, this game holds up pretty well. No complaints. Because this is the original port. That's why I'm saying it still holds up after 19 years.
Sergeant, be advised. The Chimera have set up a trap. They have sentry guns covering your only route out.
Okay. We'll be alright. We'll survive. Hold on a second, woman. Oh, come on. Take it easy, woman. Where are you? Where are you?
I was able to make it to the surface. And
There she is.
flying into the Chimeran territory was always dangerous, but we had to risk it. Hale made it out shortly after. I looked for any further signs of conversion. Fever, nervous movement, paranoia. There was nothing. Just the gold-coloured eyes. We flew directly to Manchester. Soldiers had been trying to recover the convoy ever since my squad was ambushed. They knew what was in it. They knew it was our last hope for defeating the Chimera. I wanted to take Hale back to Northern Command for debriefing. Maybe he could sense I was suspicious of him. He joined the Manchester squad before I could say a word.
Path of least resistance. Convoy recovery, Manchester, England. July 15, 1951, 9:38 in the morning. Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit, shit, shit. I just realized my camera went offline. Went offline. I think I pressed the wrong button by mistake. Alright, where do we go now? This way? Okay. There's got to be another way, guys. Let's go. This way. Alright, guys. Spread 5 meters, no sound. Good job, guys. Good job. Keep moving. This reminds me of Band of Brothers, that TV show, 101st Airborne. What a great TV show, man. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Good job. Good job. Restock on ammo, guys, and health. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, what the hell is that? Alright, this way, guys. Good job. Good job, everyone.
The convoy was stranded on the west side of Manchester. The site was guarded by stalkers, so the only route in was on foot. A radio message from Hale's squad said they were entering Manchester Cathedral. The cathedral was a field hospital during the war. It was abandoned in a hurry and still had some supplies and ammunition. Unfortunately, it was also a breeding ground for some of the lower forms of Chimera.
The hell is that? What in the world? Hey, Infinite Warrior Production, welcome, brother. How are you? The Cathedral, Manchester. All of these games should be remastered or remaked. They should be remaked with multiplayer and everything, you know. Even the Time Splitters should be remaked and you know, we just talked about this in the past 4.5 hours. You know, we had this conversation, and hopefully Sony, you know, listen, the beauty about these live streams is you never know who's watching. You know, these live streams, they have a life of its own, you know. Just because they're not getting any attention now, they're not getting any views now, down the road they might get some attention. Someone might be watching this, you know. And maybe that someone, it's working for Sony, and they might say, you know what, this guy has a point, maybe we should remaster these games, maybe we should remake them and bring back the multiplayer, and, you know, let's bring this franchise alive. Let's continue with Resistance. It's been, what, 19 years? What? 19 years, right? After 19 years, I think it's time that we refresh our library and let's work on these projects. But we'll see. We'll see, you know. You know what I mean? You never know. You know what I mean? All we can do is we can make a wish list. And that's what we're doing on these live streams. We're making our case. We're appealing our case to Sony. Here's our wish list. This is what we want. Whether or not they will do it, that's up to them. You know, they will make the decisions. But all we can do is just give our opinions, give our feedback. That's what this is. You know, I've been criticized for criticizing Sony, but what people don't understand is I'm giving the feedback. My criticism, it's a criticism in terms of feedback. So I want Sony to look at this as a feedback. Think about it. You know, if I'm running a company, I wanna listen to people's feedback. Obviously, I'll make a decision on my own, what I think it's the best for the company, but you do that through feedback. You listen to feedback, see what people are saying. Okay, interesting. All right. Take notes, right? Have a meeting with all your other executives and, hey, let's get the ball rolling. Let's look at the feedback. This is what people want. This is what people are talking about. What do you think? What should we do? And trust me, they are most likely watching these streams. If people think that, Sony executives are not watching this on their, expensive iPads and MacBooks Pros and whatever they have, trust me, they are watching this. They do listen to feedback. Or it could be somebody from a Sony's marketing. There's a lot of employees who work for Sony marketing, PlayStation marketing. And they look at this. That's their job. Their job is to look, to see, like to do the research. All right, go out there, do the research. You're part of the PlayStation marketing. See what people are thinking. See what they're saying, right? And then come back to us on the meeting and let's regroup and let's see what's going on. What can we improve? Where are we lacking? Etc. etc. I think that's pretty much how it works. Again, I don't know this for 100%, but I think they have all of these tools available through social media. And of course, this is social media. That's what this is. Me interacting with all of you around the world, right? And you don't know who's watching this. You have no idea. So, what I mean? It's good to have this conversation. It's good to have a wish list to give our feedback. That's what this is. It's a feedback. That's what it is. Jesus Christ. Wow. What in the world is this? Jesus. Ooh, I like this new weapon. Nice. Such a great game, huh? And this was a launch game. back in 2006, and what a good way to launch PlayStation 3 with Resistance: Fall of Man. Of course, Insomniac Games. We have to get upstairs. We have to get upstairs. Can we get upstairs? Nope. Oh, the checkpoint's reached. All right. Guys, this way. Let's go. This way. Jesus. Uh-oh. What the hell? Oh, there's mines everywhere, man. Holy shit. Oh, Jesus. Good Lord. I guess we'll have to fight this thing. Stalker. Oh, hell no.
Hell, mate, you all right? Get in here!
Captain Mitchell's squad had located the convoy. Unfortunately, stalker sightings in the area made immediate recovery impossible. The stalker is one of the Chimera's most feared weapons. They move quickly and fire anti-aircraft missiles with deadly accuracy. The technology used in the stalker remains one of the most intriguing and frustrating mysteries of the Chimera. Mitchell had been fighting a losing battle most of the morning, holding out until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, the Chimera kept coming. To everyone on the ground, it seemed the convoy was all but lost.
I think there's a core in the back of the stalker, and you have to shoot that core, and that's how you bring them down.
Looks like we found the fight!
Let's go, fellas. Let's go, fellas. Stalker is here. You gotta shoot him in the back, where the core is. Oh, no, no, no. Shit. Damn. Damn. I didn't see that coming, huh?
Stalker!
That's the AA we're looking for. All forces get to cover. Give us some room.
Yeah.
Mitchell to command. Site secure. All stalkers down. You've got your convoy. Get nuts to sodding medic.
I picked up Hale after the mission. I had seen him approach the containment cell on the convoy. The cell had 14-inch lead walls, but even so, given Hale's condition, I didn't want him anywhere near it. With the stalkers gone, we were able to airlift the cell back to Northern Command. The exchange with the Americans would have to wait. We were about to execute a very risky offensive operation. The Chimera had been using a network of underground tunnels to attack undetected. The tunnels formed a nexus in Nottingham, and if we sealed them off, we would at least briefly have...
Into the Fire Chimeran Tunnel Nexus. July 12, 1951. 4:48 in the afternoon. That was some John Wick shit right there. The way I entered this house. Holy shit. Hell no! Oh my god. That was a close one. Oh man. He was biting me.
to be rudely disappointed.
I was directing the battle from the air when I saw Cartwright's squad had run into heavy resistance. I needed to get them help right away. A group of soldiers had just stormed a Chimera mortar position. Hale was the only one to make it out. I radioed him to look for a shortcut through an old train tunnel. The tunnel was mostly blocked by a Chimeran power conduit, but I knew if Hale could find a way through, it would turn the tide of the battle.
Don't worry. Hale, Sergeant Hale will save the day. This game was great when it first came out. You know, what a good way to launch a console with a game like this, you know. But this was back in the days when you purchased a console, you know you had a good reason, because there are certain games there you can only play there. Right, you can only play this game on the PS3. And there were other games as well. So those were the days. When you purchase today's PlayStation or Xbox, it's kind of like, which one's a little bit faster? Is this one faster than this one? Or this one has more CUDA cores? This one has more teraflops? And all of these things don't matter anymore. Teraflops, CUDA cores, people will not see the difference. I think this is where there's been a shift, man. Listen, I still have my Scorpio edition, my Project Scorpio. I have it. It's there. I even have a written letter by Phil Spencer congratulating me among the very first one. I mean, I'll show it to you if you want me to make a video. I'll make it. In 2018 or 2017? I think it was 2017. When November 7th, 2017, I got the Scorpio edition, Xbox One X. I think this is where it all started. This competition of upscaling, 4K, HDR. You know, the whole thing with 4K and HDR started a shift, a trend with the consoles, you know, and majority of developers were focused only on, like, how can we take the advantage of 4K, upscaling, checkerboarding, HDR, you know. And I think the brands like PlayStation and Xbox were mainly focused on the power of the console, and they forgot what made their consoles successful in the first place. It wasn't so much the power, it was the exclusive games that made them great. You know what I mean? And I think that's where the whole shift started. You know, this race for who has more CUDA cores, who has more teraflops, who can do checkerboarding at the higher resolution, you know. Oh, are you checkerboarding at the 1440p or are you checkerboarding at the 1600p? As if people are going to see a difference between 1440p and 1600p. I know all this too well because I used to do televisions, man. I was at the peak of this, you know. And I think that's where the whole shift started. And then the focus really wasn't so much about let's make good quality games. Let's focus on 4K HDR checkerboarding, the most powerful console. Haven't we heard this before from Phil Spencer? The most powerful console in the world, Scorpio. And then you had PlayStation 4 Pro with their checkerboarding, and people were complaining that there was no 4K Blu-ray player in there, right? It was this whole race who like race against who can checkerboard better, race against who can bring more, pixels per, teraflops, who can bring more frame rates per dynamic resolution, who can bring better performance with dynamic resolution, and etc. etc. It was this race. It was a tech race. It was a technical race of 4K and HDR. And I think Xbox and PlayStation, they lost themselves in that race with 4K and HDR, that they forgot, hey dude, what made our brand successful in the first place? It was the games. It wasn't so much how many pixels. Like, I mean, and this is, again, I know Digital Foundry, this is what they do. This is their shtick, magnifying glass and, zoom in, let me show you the detail. But for the majority of people, that they don't really care, because they're never going to see that difference, dude. You would be hard pressed to see the difference. You have to use a magnifying glass to see that difference, honestly. Like, I have to bring television super close to you to point out those differences. And we could go back and forth, have a ping pong argument about this, which I'm not going to do. But I think, in my opinion, this is where the shift started. The rift. There was this rift of, let's focus mainly on the power of the console, and let's not focus on the games, when they should focus mainly on the games. And I think that's why we didn't get so many great games, because the main focus was the power, the power of the Xbox One X, 12 teraflops, and then the power of the PS4 Pro. How many teraflops the PS4 Pro have? I forgot. 8? Or something like that. I don't know. And or 6 teraflops. I don't know. Something like that. And I think that's where the whole thing started. And that was the new era of, I think, 4K resolution and HDR really kind of, it changed gaming, because people started focusing more on the technical aspect. Ooh, I can play my game in a native 4K. Like, who cares, dude? Is the game good? Okay. And I know this is coming from a guy called Mr. 4K Upscaler. I know. How ironic, right? I was excited about the 4K resolution, just like I was excited about going from 4:3 scale ratio to 16:9. So 4:3 was the standard for 480p, right? And then we moved from 480p to 16:9 ratio. And with 720p and, interlaced 1080, and then we moved to 1080p, full HD 1080p, right, in 2006, 2007, with the high definition full HD televisions. And then 3D came along, right, after the full HD. 2009 changed the 3D because of the Avatar in 2009. We've been through all of this, right? And I think even back then, sure, it was a big deal to play in 2006 to switch from 480p 4:3 to 16:9 720p and 1080 interlace. It was a pretty big deal. But still, even back then, when the HD was on the rise, when high definition was on the rise, even back then, the developers and Sony and Microsoft, they were more focused on video games. With the Xbox 360, with Gears, with Halo, all these other games, Project Gotham Racing, Forza Motorsport, right? They were still focused on the games. Same thing with PlayStation. They were more focused on games. And that shift changed in 2017. This was that race against who will have more pixels, who will have more teraflops, who will have a better checkerboarding, right? And even today you see that when you have Mark Cerny explaining, all of these things, doing the seminars, and do people really care? They don't. I think Sean Layden, what he said was so true. People are like so. It's almost like a gimmick, honestly. The people are so blinded by all of these things. Same thing with Nvidia. 5090, will make your game run better, look better, all this other crap. I think people forget why we game in the first place. Of course, the company wants you to purchase their product. Anyone wants you to purchase their product. That's the whole idea of business, to sell you stuff. That's how business works. My job is to sell you. My job is not to give a shit whether or not you like the product. My job is to make you pull out your credit card and pay for the product, or pull out your wallet and pay for the product. That's the job of a company. That's the job of a salesperson, to sell you shit. But people have become such slaves to this tech crap where they almost forgot why they play the video games in the first place. And why are we playing the video games in the first place? Because they're fun. Fun. It's an escapism. To escape everyday bullshit, everyday stress that you're dealing with life, whatever it is that you're going through in your life, whatever it is that we all have issues and problems we got to deal with through our daily lives, right? Okay, we all have problems, and we don't want to think about our problems every freaking day, right? So we use entertainment to escape that bullshit, right? And that's what gaming is. No different than watching movies. It's an escapism, right? Entertainment. And we've forgotten why we play video games in the first place. Why do we play video games in the first place? Is it because of resolution? No. Is it because of texture detail? No. Is it because of how many frames per second? No. Why do we play games? Because they're fun. It's the fun aspect. I remember my very first game in 1984 with Spectrum ZX Sinclair was the Lunar Lander. It wasn't too much to look at, but the concept of fun was there. The competitive concept was there. Tetris, nothing to look at, Tetris, but the concept was there. The concept of fun was there. I'll give you another example. Not Pokemon. Pac-Man. Pac-Man is another great example. Not much to look at it, but the fun concept of gaming was there. Why do you think Nintendo, it's still able to keep that momentum for 40 plus years? The reason Nintendo is still able to keep that momentum after 40 years, it's because they kept it safe. They kept that same strategy. Why do people play games? Because it's fun. And I think people have forgotten. I'm talking about people on the Xbox and PlayStation side. They got so caught up in 2017 and 2016 with a 4K and HDR, pixel by pixel, and I'm surely Digital Foundry definitely helped with that. There's no question about it. Digital Foundry definitely, and I also have helped. I'm guilty of that as well. It's not just Digital Foundry. Look at my videos, 500,000, million views. Sure, it influenced. It influenced 4K and HDR. This new era of 4K and HDR and pixels, and like people would refuse to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PlayStation 4 Pro because it was running on 1440p. They said they want to play in the native 4K on Xbox One X. I know people who actually refused to play Red Dead Redemption 2 on the PlayStation 4 Pro because it was only running at the 1440p. Checkerboard. They wanted native 4K at 30 FPS from Xbox One X. And granted, Xbox One X did run Red Dead Redemption 2 at the native 4K 30 FPS. And I think this is where we were at back then. We forgot why we play video games. Because it's fun. The experience playing the Red Dead Redemption 2 on the 1440p on the PlayStation 4 Pro and the Xbox One X Scorpio Edition, it's still the same experience. And people were so focused on the clarity. It's almost like an OCD. I think people got the OCD. You know what the OCD is? Obsessive compulsive disorder. And this happens with your mind. Where you got this OCD. It's a dopamine effect in your brain. And where you start like yearning, and it's almost like you're lusting. Oh man, but there's 1800p over here. I don't want to play in the 1440p. I want 1800p. As if you're going to tell a difference. As if somehow the experience is going to be different on 1800p versus 1440p. You know. And I think that was the major rift that has happened in 2017, in my honest opinion. Because remember, I was at the peak of this. You know, back in the days, 2016, 2017, my channel was big time. I was getting a lot of views, man. I was getting a lot of attention back then. And I know, I lived through this. And this reminds me, like this conversation that you guys are having, it reminds me of why the resolution is not that important. What's important is the concept of gaming. Is the game fun? Are we having a good time? If we're not having a good time, then what's the point of this hobby? Right? If you're not enjoying the game that you're playing because it's an all over resolution, well, guess what? Then you're not even a gamer. Then you're something else. Then you are a resolution, 4K resolution enthusiast. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that if you want to be a 4K resolution enthusiast and that's what you're into. But the main concept of gaming is the fun factor. You know, and I think people have forgotten that. I think developers and manufacturers of the consoles, they have forgotten that. You know, this is why I don't think. This is one of the reasons why PS5 Pro, even though it's an option, it's not like doing that great in terms of like, as maybe what Sony expected it to do. Maybe Sony, it's also realizing that people don't care so much about pixels here, pixels there. I think people care about the first party exclusives. I think this is what I was telling Andrew, the conversation we had. I think we'll see another shift. I think there's going to be another shift in the next few years, in the next couple of years, by 2027, where people's focus and hunger is going to be mainly on give us great games, give us great experiences. We don't care, what's the resolution. We don't care. Just give us a great experience. And I think that's what's missing right now. And I think that's, what's lacking. Because we're so focused on the resolutions, frame rates, and all this other stuff. You know what I mean? And then that's just my opinion, That's the way I see it. That's my opinion, You guys might see it differently, Well, we are gamers. Like us here in the chat, we are gamers. And we don't really care much about that stuff, honestly. I mean, sure, it's nice to have a game in a native 4K or to have a game running at a higher frame rate, sure. I'm not saying that's not great, sure, that's awesome. But that shouldn't be the priority. All I'm saying is that shouldn't be the main priority. I'm not saying, I don't want to see Grand Theft Auto 6 running a 60 FPS or advanced ray tracing, ultra HD graphics, textures, and all that stuff. I'm simply saying that shouldn't be the main focus. The main focus should be the experience of that game. Is it fun? Are you having a good time? And I think that's maybe what's missing. And again, this is just my perspective based on my experience in 2016, 17, 18, And that was the peak of 4K. I think 2016 it was honestly when 4K started big time, coming on to the market,
Hale, join K Troop ahead of your position.
But what do you guys think?
Reach the tunnel next.
What do you think, Andrew?
Elliot, progress. Do you have the yank? Elliot!
Holy shit, what the hell is that? Oh my god. Oh shit, shit, shit. I think I have to shoot him in the back. Hold on. There you go. Because, even to this day, I'm 46 and people are asking me, hey man, don't you think you're a little bit too old to be playing these games? And honestly, it's so irritating when people ask those questions, but I understand why people ask those questions. Because they don't understand the hobby, And when people ask me these questions, hey man, don't you think you're a little bit too old to be playing these video games? What I say to individuals like that, I usually tell them, don't you think you're a little bit too old to be watching sports? But sports, it's a different thing. I said, no, it's not. It's a hobby. It's no different. You watching the cars going around a circle on Daytona 500, it's the same thing. It's a hobby. I said, no. I said, no, it's the same thing. So the gaming, it's a hobby, just like any other hobby, And sure, gaming has evolved. But a true core essence of why I am a still gamer at age 46, it's because it's an entertainment. It's an escapism to be able to role play a different character, to have this fantasy, right? To be a character in the game, to relive your fantasy, right? And I think that's the appealing part of the gaming. And it's also fun. Some games can be fun, some are competitive, and some are great role-playing games where you get to create your own character, right? You look at World of Warcraft, you look at Diablo, right? These massively multiplayer online character. For example, you look at Monster Hunter. People create their own characters and they're sharing it with everybody else out there, and they're hunting these different creatures and monsters, and then they're like, you know, sharing what they have achieved. So the gaming, it's an escapism, no different than watching a movie or being a movie fan, watching televisions, television shows. It's like an escapism, and that's the way I look at it. It's a fun entertainment experience, you know. Hey, Renee, welcome. How are you?
You don't have a scratch on you.
Of course I don't have a scratch on me, man. Why would I have a scratch? I'm Baba Yaga, man. Native resolution for PS3 was 500p or a little more, and most PS3 games upscaled 720p and in 1080p. Well, that's still pretty good for back then, you know. For 2006, that was still considered pretty good. But, you know, it wasn't even the resolution. It was really the games that made it popular. What type of games did they bring, right? And I think that was the appealing part. The resolution, sure, it was nice that they were able to move from, you know, 4:3 to 16:9 with a, you know, 720p to 1080i interlace. But still, the key factor was the gaming, the games. That's why we play games, because they're fun, you know. You're tired? I'm good. I'm a little bit tired too. You know, I'm losing my voice from yesterday. I'm eating my my protein bar. It's right here. How you doing, Renee? Besides being tired, did you do anything fun today? Is it snowing over there? Today here the temperature was 85 degrees. 85 degrees. It was so nice. Already got my tan. It's already there.
That's for Sheffield.
Easy, Munson, easy.
Right, sunshine. What you sat on then? No one told you what you did.
I know. I lost my voice though. I'm losing my voice with all the voices that I'm doing though.
What's that with your eyes?
But it was fun though. We had fun. Today we're having a chill night. We're like talking about gaming, you know, having a conversation about a conversation that would really bore you. That would not really, that would make you yawn. Well, that's nice. You went with your friends from work to have a dinner. So what are you doing for Valentine's Day? You know what? I didn't even know until someone told me it's a Valentine's Day tomorrow. Like, what? It already is a Valentine's Day. Oh my god.
Big fucking teeth. Get to the fight, mate. We have you covered.
Hold on. I think there's a new executive order. There's a new executive order that Trump has signed already for the Valentine's Day.
I just want to say that for Valentine's Day, I'm signing a new executive order where you as a man, you will not have to pay for any gifts. You're not required to buy any gifts for Valentine's Day. So what we're going to do, no gifts for Valentine's Day. Just have her cook for you, have her pleasure you. That's the new executive order. I think this way we're going to save lots of money by not spending the money on these stupid gifts. So it's a new executive order. You're not required to buy any more gifts.
Yeah, but that's really up to the developers, honestly. You know, PS5, it's capable to do a lot of different things. It's just a lack of developers being, you know, passionate to do it. And I mean, this is one of those things where it's really up to the developers to take the advantage of the hardware and do the best they can with what they have. But we're not seeing that anymore because it's really... I don't know if developers are getting lazier. I don't know what it is, but it's just like... I think developers are mainly focused on just profit and revenue. They just they want profit and revenue the best possible way that they can, you know.
I think it's ridiculous. What for? I mean, what are we, a Casanova? What is this, a 1400s Casanova? I don't want this Valentine's Day thing. I think it's ridiculous. If you like your lady, if you love your lady, then you're gonna buy her gifts every day. You don't need to buy her gifts on Valentine's Day.
They need to remake Resistance. That's what I've been saying in the past 6 hours. Dragon.
I'm signing this executive order today, right on the Valentine's Day, and I think it's gonna be a great, great executive order. It's gonna save us a lot of money. We're gonna save a lot of money. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. We can use it to donate me and help my oligarchs, my oligarch friends like Elon Musk, Jeffrey Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg. We're gonna use some of that money. We're gonna save it, and we're gonna make this a great, great golden age of Trumpism, and I'm looking forward to it. We're not going to make Valentine's great again. We don't need Valentine's. I mean, this is some kind of French thing. Casanova thing. I don't know where this came from. We don't really need it. I changed the map of the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America. We don't need the Valentine's Day. I think it's stupid. I never liked it. I thought it was a waste of money. Melania, she will not like it, but that's fine. She will understand. You don't need the Valentine. You just need me and my money. You don't need the Valentine. Valentine is just an excuse for these companies to take your money, and I don't think it's fair to a regular blue-collar middle-class men and women. So we're gonna revoke the Valentine's Day. We don't need it anymore.
Yeah, I think developers are getting lazy, man. It's definitely getting lazy. I noticed that too. It's like the main focus is focus on the profit and revenue. Like you don't see that passion of creating something innovative, amazing, right? They're just copying the same old formula that has been used many times before, and they're just kind of focusing on using that same old formula, playing it safe, and just collecting the money. And that's it, man. It's that's all they're focused on. And you see that in the past few years, their main focus was just the money and the revenue, you know.
I'm signing another executive order. We cannot have any more of these lazy developers. I think there's way too many. Way too many lazy developers, and I don't like it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make developers great again. We're gonna cut their wages. We're gonna put a bunch of tariffs of developers. We're gonna cut down the wages to 10 cents an hour, and if they prove that they can deliver, we might raise it to 25 cents an hour. Xi Jinping told me this is how they do it in China. So we're gonna do the same thing here. I'm gonna take the advice from Xi Jinping. That's how they do it in China. In China, we're gonna use it here. And we're gonna see how it works. We'll see what happens, and we'll see where it goes. Cheap labor is something I learned when I was building the Trump Towers. Use the cheap labor, pay them less money, and build the great condominiums. I'm using the same concept here. Use the cheap labor and build the great value. Make billions and billions and millions of dollars.
All right, let's focus on the game. I never seen any other president in history sign so many executive orders, bro. He's signing these executive orders like giving out the candy on a Halloween. I mean, God, so many executive orders. Oh my God, it's like every day there's like this many stacks of like executive orders.
I don't know. She's not staying with me tonight. She had to go to Mar-a-Lago with her trainer. She has a trainer down there. She's gonna spend the night with a trainer. And I told her that's fine. I'm gonna look around to see what I can find. Maybe another Monica Lewinsky. We'll see. I mean, I have a lot of options here in the Oval Office. I'm going to look around. I'm going to see what I can find. I'm going to grab them, but you know what? And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Oh, God.
All right, we have to stop. We have to stop. Oh, Lord. You know, I need to stay focused on John Wick, man, because I'm going to forget John Wick and how he sounds. Let me see. Do I still have John Wick? Let me see. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back. People been asking me, and I think it's time I give an answer. I'm thinking I'm back. Yeah. I still got it. It's still there. It's still there. It's still there. Yeah, he's still there. What did you think? I was gonna just leave? No, I'm still here. He's not going anywhere, Renee. Where do you think he's gonna go? Nowhere. He's here. Yeah. She knows. You know, people ask me, like, when did I start doing voices? You know, I always been doing it. Since I was a little kid, man, I've been always mimicking, looking like what my parents were saying, what my relatives were saying. I would always observe and watch and listen, you know, and then I would try to mimic. When someone would say a quote, and I would try to mimic it. You know, if you say a quote and you say it like in a kind of a funny way to me, and it sounds funny to me, then I'll try to mimic it. I'll try to mimic you. You know, so that's where the whole thing kind of started. You know, but I can't do every voice. I mean, there's certain voices. I mean, I can't do Sylvester Stallone. I can't. People say, well, I just can't do it. I tried. I mean, I'm not gonna even try to, because I know I cannot do Sylvester Stallone. For some reason, I can't do him. I don't know why. Yeah, he sounds kind of young. He does. But you know, he talks to himself. He doesn't say much. Usually he says, yeah. Is the manager around? I like to speak to a manager. A lot of people say, why can't I hear you? Because, well, John Wick, it's not loud. He's to himself a man of... Listen, people who have watched the John Wick movie, they should understand. He's the man of few words. He doesn't talk much. He only says few words, like, yeah. You know, like, he doesn't go in, like, making, like, some big speeches and stuff like that. He says few things. I don't think this is a good idea. Yeah, we'll see about that. And you know, like the one scene when that girl says, I'll be seeing you, not if I see you first. You know, it's like he's just man of few words. He doesn't like say too much. Like, I observed Keanu and his character, John Wick. So he doesn't, you watch the movies, he doesn't really spend too much time. Even when he talks to, you know, Lawrence Fishburne character, and then, you know, he's giving him a pep talk. So why are you here, John Wick? Are you gonna help me or not? Like, he just gets to the point. And why should I help you? Do I look like I need any help? John Wick? And then he says, yeah, but I can help you get closer to him. John Wick. You know, like, he, like, says few words. And that's it. And I think that's what makes him so unique. If he was talking too much, the movie would not work. What works is the man of few words, but he can kick ass. He's a man of few words, and he can kick ass in an amazing fashion. And I think that's why the movie worked so well. And of course, the whole thing with the pencils, right? That's why it worked. And that's why people fell in love with this
franchise with this movie, because Keanu really found that sweet spot, that frequency with the character. And he said he had a trouble coming from the Knock Knock. He says, here I am, just finished Knock Knock, and I made a samurai movie, 47 Ronin, and I'm doing this. He said he was talking to Chad Stahelski. He says he was really having a difficult time trying to figure out the tone of this character. What would be the best tone for this character? And it took him a little while, but he finally found that frequency, and it worked. He didn't think that it would work, honestly. He didn't think that John Wick was going to be successful. He just thought it was going to be okay movie. You might see it on the Netflix or whatever, But it turned out to be a big time franchise, So apparently it worked. So, yeah. I think more of Keanu. I know. Well, he is Keanu. But he's more like a Keanu with few words. He's not like, hey, look at me, I'm all exciting, yeah. What do you think about that, huh? I don't know, we'll see. But he's more of like not energetic. He's more like you have to remember he's pissed off. The character of John Wick, he's pissed off. He's angry. He lost everything, and now he's got nothing to lose. And he's gonna burn everything down. He's gonna bring the house of cards. He's gonna bring everything down. He's gonna bring the whole shit down. That's it. And that was his drive in John Wick 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though Winston told him, remember, John, without rules, we'll live with the animals. But he didn't care about the rules because they already broken that rule for him. When they killed that dog and stolen his car, they already broken that rule. And when they burned down his house, they already broken that rule, which is the John Wick rule. And when you break that Baba Yaga rule, he doesn't care. That's it. Put yourself in the red circle. It's over. And I think that's the, but he's also a very mysterious character too. I think they should focus more on his past. Like the prequel, it's something that they should focus more on. What about John Wick before the first John Wick? What about him when he met Helen and the relationship between him and Helen? And how was it, was it the love? It is kind of a love story because he's doing this out of love, believe it or not. I think John Wick is the perfect Valentine's movie because everything he's doing it out of love. He's not some raging lunatic running around with guns, he's doing it out of love. And I think if people look at the story of Jonathan Wick, it's the love. And the love changed his heart, gave him a change of heart, where he realized, wait, all I knew was this assassin world that I was adapted to, and from a Russian orphanage, I was adopted by Winston, and I was trained to be the assassin. And all I knew was the assassin world. And now I met this Helen, and this Helen woman, she showed me that there's this other world besides violence and being an assassin, that there's this other world. And he got a taste of that world, and then his heart got happy, and it was like, wow. And finally Winston gave him a break, and Winston told him, all right, go get married, I'll give you a break. Continental, right, which is the underworld of assassins, and he got that break. And once she passed away, obviously he got lured back in. She passed away from a tumor, I believe. She had a tumor, and when she passed away, then he gets sucked into that world yet again, right? And how did he get sucked in? Well, They broke into his house, they killed his dog, and stolen his car, and that's it. And they broke that rule. So But I would love to see. But see, I don't know if people would be interested. See, this is the thing. When it comes to Chapter 5, how do you do Chapter 5? It's a bit tricky. Because, you still haven't seen Chapter 4, so, I mean, I can't really tell you. But how do you do Chapter 5, knowing that, all right, what has happened by the end of Chapter 4? What do we do? How do we do this? Do we milk it? Do we just do it for the sake of entertainment and go down the route of Fast and the Furious? And if you look at Fast and the Furious, is turned into a total joke. And I don't think Keanu wants to turn John Wick franchise into Fast and the Furious like Vin Diesel did. He doesn't need the money. He's got all the money he needs, man. I mean, he's good. He's got enough that he needs. He could just do a voiceover for Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic movie. And he's 60 years old. He's like 60. So where do we go with John Wick? That's an interesting question. Where do we go? And I think 4 movies, it's enough, honestly. Because if they start milking it, it's just going to feel generic. And you don't want to do that with a franchise. You don't want to turn the franchise into some generic a franchise like Fast and the Furious. A total joke. You look at Fast and the Furious, it's just turned to a total joke. So I think they need to focus more on the ballerina. The ballerina's coming out this summer. I think Ballerina will do a fantastic job, man. I think it's good to see a female kick ass. Yeah, why not? Right, Renee? It's good to see a female kick some ass. That's okay, Renee. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Yeah, we'll watch the part 4 one of these days. I promise we'll watch it. I just need to figure out when we're going to do it. But we'll most definitely watch it. It's a 3-hour movie. It's 3 hours. It's very long. But it's fun. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, Ballerina. I mean, I think Ana de Armas will do a fantastic job. I think, he already worked with her in Knock Knock. They worked together in Knock Knock, so I think the movie will do fine. And he's in it for a little bit. He's in the movie, as a cameo. He's in there. So we'll see how it goes. As far as the Chapter 5, here's what he said. Honestly, this is his words. This is exactly what Keanu said. He was asked this on the premiere of Sonic movie, The Hedgehog. And the first question wasn't even about the Sonic. It was about John Wick. What's going on, Keanu, with a Chapter 5? Is there going to be a Chapter 5? Are we going to see Chapter 5? And here's honest answer that he gave. Keanu went like, my heart says yes, I want to do it. But my knees says no. I'm 60 years old. So, he wants to do it, but he also knows how difficult it is to make that movie. I'm not saying that he can't do it, but do we want to torture him for the sake of our pleasure? I don't know, man. I would just feel selfish. Yeah, Keanu, we're gonna torture you. Go make a Chapter 5. I believe he wants to do it. I think he wants to do it one more time. But he's hurting. He got injured many times filming. In the past 8 years. 8 years that he was making. 10 years, not 8 years, 10 years. It's been almost 10 years. Jesus Christ. 10 years, 1 decade of him making John Wick, and it's like, dude, after 10 years, you guys want me to you want to put me through this again at age 60? I mean, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, and I know he wants to do it. I mean, you can tell on that interview, he really wants to do it. He wants to do it one more last time. Let's do this one more time. But part of me is like, holy shit, that's gonna really be a pain in the ass for him. You've seen how if you think the first 3 chapters, Renee, were difficult, wait till you see the chapter 4. The craziness in the chapter 4, especially him going up the steps. There's this one scene, him going up the steps. Oh my god. And you'll see what I mean. There's this big steps up in Paris, in France. And you'll see. But when you see the kind of craziness he had to endure in chapter 4, you're going to say, oh my god. How does he top this? What he has done in chapter 4, how does he top this, right? How do you raise the bar? How do you raise the bar, dude? At age 60, like, holy shit, you know. So it's, you know. But we'll see. You know, he's people say he's a tough cookie. He's a tough cookie. I mean, all the jiu-jitsu guys from Brazilian jiu-jitsu said the same thing. From Taekwondo, all the guys, all the masters from Taekwondo and Judo, all the masters from Judo, all the special forces doing hand-to-hand combat, CQC, close quarter combat. They all said that this guy, man, is the real deal. Like, they don't know how he does it. Like, where does he get the energy? Like they were impressed, and these were like some very like top-notch guys, Renee, professionals, special forces, mixed martial arts guys. They're all saying like, well, this guy, it's wow, like legitimate, like badass, like holy shit. People forget with the skills that he has, Renee. He's a legitimate badass. Like, he can like take care of business. Like, if it ever comes down to it, like, he can take care of business, man. People got to remember, yeah, he's a nice guy, but the skills that he has acquired, he can take care of business. No question about that. Yeah. So what I'm simply trying to tell the people, don't get in a fight with Keanu. It's not going to end up well. Just avoid. Not that he would get in a fight. He would probably avoid it. Knowing Keanu, he would never like get in a... He would try to like diffuse the situation and just walk away. You know. He would probably give you his wallet. Here, take my wallet. You know, like, I don't care. I just think he lives a life by a certain code, even though he knows what he's capable of, even though he knows what he can do. But I think he has this code of where he just wants to live a peaceful life. Peaceful life. Modest, peaceful life. And I think that's his code. That's the code that he lives by. Oh, he definitely is a badass. There's I mean, this is coming from mixed martial arts, special forces, some top tier level professionals, and they're saying this, you know. And when they're saying this, like, holy shit, you know, you definitely want to take their word for that. Because yes, he's an actor, but they didn't expect an actor to be this natural, to be this good, and it clearly it shows in the movies. The way he's handling the gun, the shotgun, everything, the way he's doing it precisely. That's not an easy thing to do, and he did it, you know. So we'll set up a date. We'll watch John Wick Chapter 4. I think you need to see it. I think it's time that you see it. I think it's, you have to see it eventually. Chapter 4. A nice badass. Yeah, that's what he is. He's a nice badass.
Gentle badass. He's a gentle badass. Yeah.
A gentle badass. That's what he is. Oh no! Why couldn't you jump over that gap? Oh, come on.
In the chops.
Holy shit. Gotta use the bathroom, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right back. Been drinking, my god, so much water. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. We're back in the action. We're back. Well, that was intense, huh? That was a intense firefight. But we managed. We managed to push through. There's another intel over here. Such a cool story that Insomniac has created with Resistance, the fall of man. And Resistance 2, it's even better. And then, of course, we get to Resistance 3. And, of course, then there's another one, the PSP version. Resistance Retribution. Yeah. But I would love to see a remake, Infinite Warrior. I think all of us, even Andrew Guds would love to see a remake. Jose would love to see a remake. Who knows? We might see it. You never know, dude. You know, like I said, you don't know who's watching these live streams. You know, Sony executive could be watching this, and they might say, you know what? This is not a bad idea. Maybe we should start thinking about remaking or remastering these old classics that we have from PS2, PS3. Let's bring them back, you know. Who knows? Alright, where are we going? Oh, this way, that's right.
Lieutenant Cartwright, sir.
If you've come looking for a fight, you found the place.
It seems the Chimera are up to something more than just digging tunnels. Say, look here. Who brought the yank?
By that time, word had already spread about what Hale did in Manchester. However, Cartwright wasn't the type to be easily impressed, especially by an American. Cartwright's team had found something suspicious. Instead of just making tunnels, the Chimera were digging something out of the ground. At the time, we passed it off as just another Chimeran mystery. Our priority was to seal off the tunnels.
Viper's Nest, Nottingham. 6 o'clock and 3 minutes in the evening. All right.
Lieutenant Cartwright, Operation Shear has tied up the bulk of the Chimeran defense in Nottingham. Affirmative, Command. Keep them off us, and we'll wrap this up in a jiffy. Hastings, your squad, take Cornfed here. The hybrids are threatening to break out of the base of this first silo. Body count. Come on, Sergeant. Soldiers, how's it coming? Sir, Chimera continue to reinforce their positions. Third tunnel secured. Free to go. You kill anything coming out of those tunnels that's not wearing shoes. Yes, sir. We're on top of it.
I have to say, considering how old this game is, 19 years, it's still, I mean, this looks great. I have to say, the graphics still look great for a game that was released in 2006, 19 years ago. I mean, this still holds up pretty well. I mean, it really does holds up pretty well after all these years, 19 years.
Nottingham operation was a success. I sent the troops back to Southern Command for a well-earned rest. I was taking Hale to the Intelligence Division at Northern Command for debriefing. I radioed Northern Command on our approach. No response. As we landed, I could already sense the worst. The whole place was deathly silent.
Oh yeah, still grinding. Still grinding. No, we were, you know. It's a beautiful story, man. I like the story of this game. It has actually a good story. Interesting story. We were also talking about video games, as I was telling Renee earlier. This is the kind of, conversation that would make her yawn, because when we talk about video games, we're geeking out and talk, any conversation, that you're not familiar with would make people yawn. I remember when I was at my brother's barbecue party, and he's a programmer, and he's got a lot of programmers coming in to his barbecue, and they're talking, and they're all talking in this code language. How everything's code this, code that, and they're just like almost like an alien language. And I was yawning the whole time, like, ooh, because I have no idea what they're talking about. So but Renee, she's tired. She went to sleep. I mean, I love having conversation about, the video games, because it is something I love. But I can see how it can be boring to some other people. It can make them yawn. I'm pretty sure your wife, right, Shinobi, she would yawn if you were to tell her about, let me tell you about this game that I'm playing currently. And there's this character in the game, and then we do this and we do that, and then we go through this level, and on this level there's this boss, and on this boss we gotta fight this boss, and then this boss is not like your ordinary boss. This boss is the boss of all bosses, and da 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 da. It's like, oh, stop it. Not interested. The interesting thing about Renee, she probably left the TV on. So she's probably, while she's sleeping, she's listening to this conversation. Wake up, Renee. Wake up. Wake up. I love this game. Here's how I like something. If I'm grinding it for a long time, then I like it. But I always liked Resistance, as I told you earlier. Is my microphone too loud? I don't need to be too close. If I like something, that means I'm gonna grind it. I'm gonna spend time grinding it, and I don't mind grinding it, spending time if I love something, And like I told you a story. 6.5 hours ago, I told you a story, Shinobi, before you went to bed. I told you a story when I originally purchased PlayStation 3 Fat. Fat, that's with a P-H-A-T, Fat. Not with the F, with a P. P-H-A-T. The first game that I picked out, I think I told you this, was this one. So this brings back memories to me of Resistance, and why I really liked Resistance. Even after 19 years, I'm like, dude, I know why I like this game. And this was a pretty cool game for a launch of PlayStation 3. What a good first exclusive to have on a launch day, right? And Resistance was one of them, and I really was happy that I picked up Resistance. I don't think you ever played it, but now that it's on PlayStation Plus, Shinobi, you should give it a try. Actually, it's. I mean, I like it. I'm subjective because I like it, but just because I like it doesn't necessarily mean Shinobi. That this is what I tell people. Just because I like something, don't think that maybe you guys will like it, because we all have our own guilty pleasures, if you will. And this was my guilty pleasure back then in 2006. But yeah, I don't mind grinding this game because I love it. Like, if you see me grinding, even in Kingdom Come Deliverance, I already put 39 hours in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. What a great game, dude. What a great game. And we'll continue playing it, don't worry. But such a great game, dude. Really, it was done so well. It deserves all of the great reviews. It sold so many copies, man. I'm so happy for Warhorse. You can tell that they put a lot of effort, and they got everything right, except one thing, Shinobi. The only thing that I didn't like. Everything was great. The story, characters, everything, which is perfect. The only thing I didn't like about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 was the combat. The combat was the only thing that's kind of lacking. The combat could have been more, and again, this is my own personal preference, could have been more freestyle. I like a freestyle combat. The combat in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's more like timed combat. All right, he makes his move with a sword, and then you got to block, and you got to time it. And then when he's finished, then you got to swing your sword and time it. And you have to look at your stamina to make sure that your stamina it's at the maximum capacity. So it's a bit of a strategy, but it also makes it more challenging. Now, to be fair, you do have leveling up, and you can choose what class do you want to be. Do you want to be a smooth talker? Do you want to be a warrior, right? So there is upgrades. You can upgrade your skills of stamina, of health, strength, right? So you can upgrade your combat skills. So there is that, you know what I mean? But everything else with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's highly recommended. I give Kingdom Come Deliverance 9.5 out of 10. And I think a lot of people gave it a 9.5 out of 10. Some gave it a 10 out of 10. So highly recommended. It's already made so many sales, man. It's been selling out like crazy. And I'm happy for Warhorse. This means that we'll see Kingdom Come Deliverance 3. So highly recommended, Shinobi. And big thanks to Jose. I mean, thank you, Jose. I'm so glad that he got this game for me, man. And I'm so grateful that he did. And Jose, if you're watching this, don't worry, man. We'll continue. I'm not playing the game. I'm only playing it when I'm streaming it. So don't worry. We'll continue with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We will. It's a great game. It's a masterpiece. Great story. I love those two characters. I love Henry. Henry's funny. And both of them are funny. Henry and Sir Hans. Sir Hans and Henry, man. You know, they grew on you, man. You fall in love with these characters, and you care about them, dude. This is the thing about that I like about this game. You fall in love with these characters, and you care about them, right? And you don't want nothing to happen to them. So it's such a cool way, the way they designed the game. And congratulations to Warhorse. Great job. Great job. That was some John Wick shit right there. Close quarters. CQC, John Wick. Love it. What in the God's name is that? They're super fast. Jesus Christ. It doesn't look good. Whatever that is. This reminds me of Prometheus. When they go into that shoehorn spaceship of engineers. I liked Prometheus though. It was a great movie. I have to turn on the power. Okay. How do we turn on the power? How? Ah? There it is. It was right there.
I'd been trying to radio Hale since the cave-in. I knew how the command had found Northern Command, and more importantly, I knew why. They were after what a convoy had been carrying in Manchester. It had been carefully sealed in a specimen tank in our research lab. We thought it would be unable to call the Chimera from within the tank. We were badly mistaken. There was no way to warn Hale of the danger he was in. If he opened that tank, the result could be disastrous. What was inside would either kill him or control him.
Well, we'll see. Maybe he'll become powerful, like a Superman. How about some Doom action, huh? Nothing like some Doom action, huh? Doom, the Dark Ages, here we go. Some Doom action, huh? This really brings back the Doom. Nothing like some Doom action, huh? Some Doom action and some popcorn. That's right. Oh, Jesus Christ. I must be blind. Alright, what do we do here? We gotta go this way. Got it. Oh my god.
I knew Hale would eventually find the map room. Everything we had learnt about the Chimera in the past 2 decades was in there. We had maps of the Chimera invasion spreading through Russia, autopsy records of Chimeran creatures, charts of the death tolls across Europe. These were numbers we didn't even disclose to our own soldiers. There were files that showed the progression of the Chimeran virus in humans. In over 6,000 cases, there were no records of any form of human resistance. There were also detailed schematics of our specimen tank and what was in it. We call them Angels. They're the most powerful of all the Chimera. We believe the Angels control other forms of Chimera via some form of telepathy. For all I knew, this one was already controlling Hale.
Okay. Let's see. Angel, Northern Command.
up hope of him surviving. When I saw Hale coming up in the lift, I could tell from his face that he had found the angel. There was no point in asking. If he was alive, then the angel was dead. Hale was starting to show more effects of the conversion process. His movements had the unnatural quickness of the hybrids. Judging from the bullet holes in his uniform, he had acquired their healing capabilities as well. We had tracked the Chimera leaving Northern Command to a gorge in Somerset. Cartwright led a squad of soldiers after them. It had been 2 hours since he had reported in. Hale volunteered to go after them. I expected he would locate Cartwright. There was no way I could have imagined what else he would discover in that gorge.
Search and rescue. Cheddar Gorge. Somerset, England. July 13, 1951. 9:52 a.m. You know, it's been 19 years, and of course, 19 years I have totally forgot, the story about this game. When you haven't played something this long, it feels like playing a brand new game all over again, honestly, because I only remember playing it one time in 2006 when I purchased my PlayStation 3. And of course, after 19 years, I haven't touched it like in 19 years. Now it feels like a brand new experience.
Hale, find Cartwright's team. We have to know where the Chimera are coming from.
come on. We gotta move. Give us a moment.
Cartwright was the best soldier in my command. Nothing got past him. He must have known Hale was infected when they first met in Nottingham. Fortunately, Cartwright never cared too much about the small stuff.
The Chimera that gutted Northern Command came from this gorge. We're going to find just what hole they crawled out of, so we might marshal a little retribution.
When did you learn to drive?
Have to lower that gate. Have to lower that gate.
The controls must be inside that structure. Look inside that bunker for the gate controls.
It's not going to be easy.
Have to lower that gate.
The controls must be inside that structure. Look inside that bunker for the gate controls.
All right, here we go.
The gate is opened. Let's get on through.
bastards. Navigate. You know what to do.
Jesus Christ.
Navigate. You know what to do. Steady as she goes. Navigate. You know what to do.
All right. Okay, here we go.
Yes, cheddar cheese comes from Cheddar Gorge.
All right, let's get out of here.
We've covered out here. Let's get past that fence.
All right, that was intense. That was super intense.
Establish themselves near large population centers. Their presence in a remote region like Somerset was highly unusual. The gorge was filled with factories that built stalkers and dropships, but we had seen those before. Deeper into the gorge, the Chimera were hiding something far more alarming.
Cheddar Gorge. A disturbing discovery. 1220.
We'll find the Chimeran base faster if we split up. Take the other path. Give a shout if you find anything out of the ordinary. Or should I say when you find anything?
Alright, let's use this switch, see what it does. Is this something open? Hmm? Wait, there's Intel. Titan, Carrier, Stalker, Widowmaker, Goliath, and Angel. Yeah, Shuka. I've been grinding this game. It's a pretty good game. Even though I haven't played it like in 19 years, it's still great. Ah, XR003 Sapper. Sapper Mind Launcher, it's believed by British intelligence to be a product of secret US weapons programs. Pressing R1 fires a streamer of organic cluster mines. Each mine it's encased in a living cell similar to those used by the Widowmaker. Have you ever played this game, Shuka? I think you should definitely give it a try. All of the Resistance are available on PlayStation, and you have a PlayStation Plus. The reason I decided to go back to this game, it's because I knew that I purchased this game 19 years ago with PlayStation 3 console when originally launched, and I remember like how much fun I had with this game, but I don't remember all the details. And now 19 years later, me playing this again on PlayStation Plus, it really runs good. Another thing I want to say for people who are watching, this really shows and proves how good the streaming is. How good the streaming is. This is being streamed. How good the streaming is of PlayStation Now. I know it's part of PlayStation Plus, but I still call it PlayStation Now. And how stable it is, man. Here I am, 8 hours. I've been grinding this for 8 hours, and not one single issue, not one single problem. Considering that I'm streaming the game and live streaming for you guys on the YouTube. So this really shows you how good PlayStation servers are. And in my opinion, I think PlayStation servers are more stable and better than the Xbox xCloud servers, in my opinion. You know. All right, let's open this. What was that? Oh my lord. How do we open this? How do we open this one? All right, let's see. What do we have here?
Let me see all the fun stuff over here.
There it is. That's where they originate.
Are you all right? Yeah, fine.
Let's get the hell out of here! Down here! Follow me, Hale! After you, son. You seem rather upset with us.
Okay, so what now? Oh, there we go.
Hale and Cartwright had discovered the key to the entire Chimeran strategy. The tower they found had not been constructed, it had been excavated. That single fact changed everything we knew about the Chimera. Leaving Somerset, they must have noticed the power conduits radiating from the tower behind them. We believe this discovery is what inspired Hale's fateful actions later that day. The drive to Southern Command would have taken at least an hour. Time enough for the Chimera to launch a strike force.
Devil at the Door, Southern Command, Bristol, England, July 13th, 1951. 2:24 in the afternoon. Because 14:24, that's military time. 14:24, so 14, it's 2 o'clock, and then 24 minutes. 2:24 in the afternoon.
I'll handle the stalkers, you get to the base. We have to make sure everyone gets out.
through the gate! Coming through the gate!
Oh my god.
coming through the gate!
There you go. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. This is not going to be easy. Jesus.
Okay, so what do we do next? What do we do next here? Huh? I mean, I'm here. What next?
side!
Wow, that was tough. That was really tough. But I managed somehow.
The soldiers fought off the worst of the attack on the northern entrance, but we then faced a graver threat. The Chimera had infiltrated the hangar on the south side. If we didn't get the planes out safely, then all would truly be lost.
Get to the hangar! Make sure all the transports get out!
Evacuation. Evacuation Southern Command. 3:59 in the afternoon.
Captain Parker, the Chimera have sealed the base. Only Hale's made it inside. Then pray he's enough. On every star in the sky, Captain.
Great game. You know, to think about it, that this was something that was released on the launch day of PlayStation 3. And this kind of a game with this kind of, you know, what's what I'm trying to use? This kind of a scale. This was pretty big deal, man, for PlayStation 3 for a launch day, that they would have a game like this. Resistance. You have to remember, this is 19 years ago. All right, this is a long time ago, 2006, and this game still holds up, you know. And what I mean by this scale, because back in 2006, this was pretty big, you know, this kind of scale, to have this type of a game with this type of scale and graphics. This was pretty remarkable for 2006. Okay, we're talking 2006, and after 19 years, it still holds up, man. It still holds up. Even today, when I look at it, like, these graphics are okay by me. I mean, the graphics have aged well. They really have aged well. Considering this is a port, you know, we're getting the original port of this game, so it has aged really well. But you guys also have to remember, when this first came out in 2006, this was considered, wow, amazing. So, pretty impressive stuff. What is this? So where do I have to go now? Where am I going now? This way? This was a pretty big scale of a game. You could put this next to Halo. Honestly, you could put Resistance next to Halo. I think some people did compare it to Halo. I said, well, you could put Resistance right next to Halo. The scale was about the same, you know, in terms of size and all that. I would also say that, looking back at this game, it was a very underrated game. I mean, sure, he got good scores, but I feel Resistance was underrated. You know, just like Days Gone, it's underrated. Just like The Order 1886, it's underrated. So I feel the same way about Resistance. Now, if you ask me what was better, this or Halo? Of course, Halo. I mean, come on. But this was pretty good for PlayStation 3. I mean, if you ask me, well, where do we got to go? What are we doing? Eliminate the Chimera attacking Parker's transport. Okay, so where do we go after that? Base, it's on full alert. Captain Parker just left in a hurry with the 2 commando platoons. Northern Command was attacked while we were fighting in Nottingham. No words on survivors, but it sounds bad. We all know Southern Command will be next. It's just a matter of time. I've got extra ammo stashed in the map room. When the Chimera come, I'll be ready. But I agree with all of you that it would be nice to have a remake of this. It would be nice to have a remastered version of this. Absolutely. You know, it's been 19 years. After 19 years, of course, sure. You know. But if you never played this game, I listen. If you have a PlayStation Plus, which I assume you do have, you have all of the Resistance games. Resistance 1, Fall of Man, Resistance 2, Resistance 3, and of course Resistance Retribution. Retribution, which is the PSP Resistance game. I think it came out on PSP. I think it came on Vita. Did it? PSP Vita. Either PSP Vita or just original PSP. I'm not sure. But I know it was PSP. I think it came on both. The original PSP and PSP Vita, I think. I think. But I would still say that it was on original PSP, I think. Or Vita. I think Vita. PSP Vita. Hey, what's up, Savage? How you doing, man? I'm not sure exactly where we're supposed to go. Are we supposed to go here? Okay. Got it. Oh, Jesus, Jesus. Oh my God.
Hail! The stalkers have overrun our position. They've got us cornered in the north garage.
All right.
The soldiers were finally able to fight off the Chimera in the hangar.
All
We
right.
ferried the survivors up to a rendezvous point in Cardiff, 20 miles west. I stayed at the base to finish loading what supplies we could. Chimeran Goliaths were already approaching Southern Command. A Spire attack seemed inevitable.
Get in here. We've got scores to settle.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That's right. parting ways, Southern Command. 5:05. 5 o'clock and 5 minutes in the afternoon. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What? What the? Okay, now we're talking.
Southern Command was lost. More than half our troops were lost with it. If not for the heroism of Cartwright and Hale, many more would have been killed, myself included. We were flying the survivors to a makeshift camp in Cardiff. Despite my insistence, Hale refused to board the last plane. The last time I saw Hale, he was looking over a map Cartwright had given him. I learnt later that it detailed the known paths of the power conduits. The conduits only run above ground for a short distance before burrowing deep into the Cimmerian tunnels. Entering those tunnels is nothing short of suicide. Nevertheless, I believe that is exactly what Hale did.
Into the depths. Cimmerian tunnels. Bracknell, England, July 13th, 1951. 6:14 in the evening. Jesus. Oh my lord. I think this is the end of the game right here. I don't even know if this is the end of the game. But I do know this. I have been playing it for 9 hours and 24 minutes. Great game. You know, this just reminds me how good this game was back then. And still holds up, and it's still great. You know? We're talking 2006, 19 years ago. Oh, we gotta go this way. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Insomnianc Games did a great job on this game 19 years ago. I would put Resistance right next to Halo easily. I mean, the fact that this game was released on a launch day with PlayStation 3, original PlayStation 3, PlayStation 3 FAT, PHAT, it's remarkable. And here we are, 19 years later, still looks great. Of course, I would love to see a remake of this, or at least a remaster. And I'm surprised that the Insomnianc Games, I know they're busy with Spider-Man and Wolverine, but I'm surprised that Sony didn't hire a different team, different developer team to work on Resistance 4, right? So there's Resistance 1, 2, 3, and then there is Resistance Retribution, which is on PSP. I think PSP Vita. So Resistance 4, I mean, come on, let's let's make it happen. I would put Resistance right next to Halo easily, like no problem. Put it right next to Halo. Okay, let's see what happens next.
We believe Hale followed the Cimmerian tunnels for several miles, finally reaching a major conduit junction. This would have led him directly into a Cimmerian tower. The tower was most likely what we now know as C3. Each tower is named for its relative position in the conduit network. C3 is only 12 miles from the center. It would have been exceedingly well defended.
In a darker place. Cimmerian tunnels. (22:33 hours), meaning 10 p.m. and 33 minutes at night. 10:33 p.m. Come get some. Oh, come on. All right, let's go upstairs. Let's see what happens. Here we go. Oh no! That's wonderful. I'm not opening that door. No, sir. Maybe I have to open it. I have no choice. I think I have to open it. Oh, wait. Hold on. How did you like them apples, huh? How did you like them apples? That's the question I'm asking right now. You didn't like them apples, did you? He most certainly didn't like them apples.
For several hours when I received a radio message from Hale. He told me he was in London, and he asked if snow was normal for July. He described a tower in the middle of London, one far bigger than that which they had found in Somerset, and with power conduits emerging in all directions. He said, if we destroy the tower, we destroy the Chimera. For all I knew, Hale was completely mad. And even if what he was saying was true, we had no idea how to destroy the tower. But there was one new factor working in our favor. I had been able to contact the Americans, and they had joined forces with us in Cardiff. I decided to gamble that Hale was right. I convinced the Americans to help launch a full assault on the tower. We were bringing everything we had to London. I was counting on Hale to clear out a landing zone. If he couldn't take out the stalkers, the mission would be over before it began.
A desperate gamble. City outskirts, London, England, July 14th, 1951, 5:05 in the morning, I think. You never know, Infinite Warrior. Anything it's possible. Believe it or not, I have roughly, and you're not gonna believe this, 500 500 megabits per second upload and 500 megabits per second download. That's what I have. Not the greatest, but it still gets the job done. That's as far as I remember. I have to measure it. They might have upgraded me to a little bit higher. I don't know, maybe 700. But the last time I checked was 500 up, 500 down, and which is more than enough for me, honestly. But they might have bumped me up to maybe 700 or 800. I have to double check. I'm not sure. The last time I checked my internet connection was you guys are going to laugh. Was in November. And in November, when I was testing my internet, it was 500 megabits per second up and 500 megabits per second down. Meaning upload 500, download 500. And I was okay with that for what I was paying, you know. But I have to measure it again. I have to do some testings. I think they might have bumped me up a little bit higher. I think. Infinite Warrior production, you never know, man. There's so much mystery out there. I mean, so much mystery surrounding this world, this planet, and then universe. I mean, for crying out loud, you know. Just look at the universe. It's an infinite and beyond. Infinite and infinite and beyond. I think anything is possible. I always leave everything on the table. Honestly, nothing shocks me. Guys, you're not gonna shock this guy. You can shock me, because I already accept that everything can exist and probably will exist, and it does exist. So nothing is shocking to me, guys, because I just accept that. We're not the only things here. We're not the only thing. That there's other entities, other creatures, other stuff out there, man. You know, that's just common sense. You know, just because you don't see it doesn't mean that it's not there, or just because you haven't seen one doesn't mean that it's not there. You know what I mean? Because we're busy, man. We're too focused. Look at me playing a video game. I don't know what's going on around me. I'm too busy playing a video game. I don't know. You know. There could have been a UFO hovering over my roof, and I probably didn't know for 9 hours. They could have been walking around the house, and I didn't know. Checking the kitchen and other places, you know, and because I had these headphones on, like, you don't know, man. They could have been invisible, cloaked, invisible. Come on, man. There's so much out there we don't know. You know, but I accept it. And I respect it, because I respect what I don't know. But I accept the fact that there's other things out there. You know, of course, it has to be. You know. this notion, this idea that we're the only ones, that there's nothing else. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's just, come on. Really? Yours is 2. How much are you paying? I mean, you don't have to answer that. It's none of my business. I shouldn't be asking you how much you're paying. Shuki, you have 2.5 gigabits per second. That's pretty good. I think they might have upgraded me to one gigabit. Honestly, I'll have to test it today. I'll have to test my internet today. But I think there's a possibility they might have upgraded me to 1 gigabit. Probably. All you need is internet, man. Honestly. Cable, I don't need cable. Because everything I can find on internet, on YouTube. All the news, everything, it's on YouTube. I can find it. I really don't need cable. I just need internet. That's all I need. Well, then you have no choice. Then you have to take the package deal. So you're stuck with the package deal. I mean, you have no choice, unfortunately. I mean, I understand there's sports fans who want to watch ESPN, and they want to keep up with all of the NBA scores and to see, because right now NBA it's on, and so that's what people are watching, because the football, it's over. Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. And now everybody's watching NBA, and pretty soon we'll have baseball in March, right? Baseball, MLB, hockey, what else? NASCAR, and what else we have? March Madness, right? March Madness, which is the college basketball, right? College basketball, March Madness. So, I understand if you are a sports fan, then you might need that package. You know what I'm saying? But if you're not a sports guy, then you don't need it, man. You really don't. And most of this stuff you can watch on the internet, honestly. There's ways for you to watch some of this stuff. Even sports, there's a way for you to watch it on the internet. So if you know what you're doing, there's ways you can watch it. Dude, I went to the big screen VR and I was watching football games and basketball games and college football games. I would just go to someone big screen VR room and they would broadcast, college football, right? And I would go in there and watch like on a big screen. They did the same thing with the NASCAR Daytona 500, right? I would go in there and watch it. Internet has everything you need, man. You just need internet. Yeah. Say that's what they do. They lock you in. That's how they make their money. It's like you have no choice. You have to take the package. Without the package, it's not going to work. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. And then they also charging you obviously for the using their receiver, right? Their Comcast box, right? So you have to pay for the modem. You have to pay a fee for a modem, unless you want to use your modem, which kind of sucks using your own modem, because some of these modems are not really compatible, and it's a headache. I tried like using my own modem and it didn't work well. I was losing internet left and right. It's they do this on purpose because they want you to not have any choice. Like, there's only one choice: package deal. You got to get that package deal. Yep, you got to get that package deal. That's how they get you, man. That's how they make their money. It's like you have no choice. You need this package deal. You must have it. Yeah. And then if you call a technician, that's another thing. If you call a technician to check your around the house, to check your internet, your cable, right? That's going to cost you an additional money as well on your next bill. So that goes up as well. So I always tell people, make sure, do you really need a technician? Because if you call a technician and you schedule an appointment, trust me, your bill will be much bigger next time. That's going to go up. Or if you make some changes, that will go up as well. I mean, the whole thing is set up to make money off of you. Honestly, it's the way it's set up. It's set up in a way that, like, that's it. We're gonna make money off of you, whether you like it or not. Pretty much. Oh yeah, man, for sure, man. That's why I only have internet. That's all I need. You know what I mean? Internet, it's all I need. But even internet by itself, it's still expensive, man. I mean, everything's expensive. I mean, today's cost of living, man, is just. I don't know how people live, dude. I swear, man. You look at the food, you look at the utility bills, everything. Don't even get me started with the health insurance. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Don't even get me started on health insurance. It's even worse. Every little test that you do, goes up, goes higher. Oh, you did this test? Oh, really? You did the blood work and you also did this other test? Ooh, goes up. I heard about the fiber, Google Fiber, but it's only available in certain areas. It all depends where you live, honestly. Depends on which area you live in. I mean, like, I'm lucky that my electricity, it's underground, you know. Super fortunate and lucky that I live in the area where the electricity, it's underground. That's why those tornadoes, when they were roaming around, remember, last year, it didn't affect me. I was like, how do I still have electricity? Well, they're underground. They're buried deep underground. And that's why I don't worry about the hurricane. You know, when the hurricane was passing through, I was like, I'm good. Underground. I think everyone should have underground electricity, man. You know, you don't have to worry about, hey, do I have power? Do I have a power? Don't have a power? You will have power. You will have electricity. Don't worry. It is expensive, but it's worth it. Listen, these projects, you know, installing electricity underground, it's super expensive, but it's definitely worth it. You know, I cannot tell you how much it is worth it. But then again, it all depends where you live. You know, which city, right? Which county, you know. You know, the city has to vote on there. Do they want to do it? Do they not want to do it? You know, it's you know. But there's a benefit for having electricity underground for sure. I mean, I have benefited from that last year with all the you know how many hurricanes we had around Florida yesterday that hit Florida? I mean, we had plenty of hurricanes last year, plus tornadoes. So when you don't have the electricity underground, I mean, guaranteed you're losing electricity. Yeah. But if you have electricity underground, then you're good. Cable Schittsburg. I think that's just Comcast. You know, it's what it is, man. It's just Comcast. But let me tell you, the worst internet provider, the worst experience I ever had was with AT&T. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. The customer service with AT&T, good. Never again, dude. Never again, dude. My advice, guys, stay away from AT&T. Stay away from their phones. Stay away from their internet, dude. Just stay away from AT&T. Just stay away. Stay away. It was a nightmare for me, dude. Never again, dude. Never again. Trust me, you're better off with Comcast. You want to experience hell? Try AT&T, and you'll see a proper hell. Proper hell. Oh, really? I don't know about Verizon because I never had Verizon, but I know AT&T was just nightmare. Was a pure nightmare for me. One of the worst things I had to deal with AT&T was the hidden charges fees, right? Like, what am I paying $75 hidden charges fees? What is that? What does that even mean? What is the $75 hidden charges fee? What is that? And they can't even explain to you what the $75 extra hidden charges fees are. I was like, what? What? Like, what is this? Trust me, AT&T was the worst. For me personally. I think they're just coming up with some ridiculous numbers. Like... And that was my issue with AT&T. Like, what exactly am I paying? What is this hidden charges fee? What does this even mean? And then when you ask them... And then when you ask them the question, they start talking to you in riddles, you know. They start talking to you like in some alien language. I don't even understand what they're saying. And I'm like, what? Well, I have learned my lesson, you know. I only have what I need, and that's internet. I don't waste my money, dude. I save my money every which way I can. You know. I mean, I got lucky with my Comcast. I was able to make a deal with them and only have the internet, and I'm paying pretty good price for it, you know. Not bad, you know, considering what they're giving me, what you know, internet I'm getting for a really good price, you know. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but it's for a very good price. But I'm not going to tell you how much it is, but it's for a very good price. You don't need to know. There you go, huh? Huh? How did you like them apples? Did you like them apples? Were they delicious? Oh my god, 10 hours and 22 minutes. Who's shooting? What? There's another guy? What? Oh no, not this guy. Oh my god. Yo, not this troll. Oh god. Get away, troll. Run away, troll. Come on, dude. Jesus Christ, come on. There you go, huh? Huh? You like the bada bing? You should try bada boom, huh? I only gave you a bada bing. You should try bada boom.
Alright, now get after those tin spiders.
Oh no, the spider. Well, you know, it's crazy these days, man. You know, especially in a big city, in a Pittsburgh, you know. All kinds of craziness out there, man. I mean, you never know, man. Shit can happen anywhere, dude. You know. You know, we're living in a very dangerous times. Desperate times, and there's desperate people. You know, you don't know who you're dealing with. Are they mentally unstable? There's all kinds of craziness, man. You never know. You gotta be careful out there. You gotta be careful. It's good to have a camera, you know, just to have the recording, to have the proof, you know what I mean? Makes it easier. Oh, look, I have a tank. Oh, yeah.
Now get after those tin spiders.
It's, you know, it's good to have a camera just so you can have a proof. Having evidence, having proof means everything these days. What's going on? Hold on. Come on, come on. Let's go. Move it. Come on, come on. Nice. You know, if I didn't revisit this Resistance game now after 19 years, I would have never realized just how great and awesome this game is, dude. Sometimes people forget, you know, 19 years, it's a long time. They forget just how good these games used to be back then. I mean, look at this, 10 hours and 31 minutes, and I'm still rocking and rolling this game. Alright, that's done. And look at these graphics, man. It's pretty good. After all these years. And this is a port from 19 years ago, 2006. It's still hard to believe that we're playing a game from 2006, and look at this, man. It looks amazing. People got to remember, this was way ahead of its time when it first came out. And it still holds up after 19 years. It still looks great. Wait, do we have to go through here? Where do we have to go? Hold on. Let's see. Maybe this way. Let me see. I think I got lost. Oh, I'm most certainly lost. Maybe we're supposed to go here. Hold on. Maybe. There seems like some kind of a palace over here. Let's try this way. What are these fools doing on the bridge? Really? Look at this fool. Never stood a chance. Never stood a chance against a powerful Abram tank. Abram tank. All right. All right. We did it.
Our forces arrived in London nearly unscathed. It was hard not to stare in awe at the tower. We had only fled London 6 months earlier, and now it was almost unrecognizable. The whole city was covered in snow. I knew the Chimera thrived in cold weather, but it was hard to fathom how they might actually be altering the climate itself. The power conduits, the snow, and the tower had to be related in some way. There was no time to think about it. Their armies were already guarding the tower, and more would be coming. We set the tanks up in assault formation and started across Tower Bridge. The last tanks were crossing the bridge when we saw Goliaths approaching from behind. We had to destroy the bridge before they caught up to our tanks. Hale and a few other soldiers took up defensive positions while the charges were being set.
Burning bridges. River Thames, London, England, July 14, 1951, 8:49 in the morning, I think. 8:49 in the morning.
Captain Butler, Task 5 needs time to wire Tower Bridge for detonation. Understood, Command. A company will hold back the hordes. Alpha 1 to Alpha Company. All units, defensive posture. Lieutenant Cartwright, status. Task 5 reporting. We're nearly in position. Roger. Delta 4, take up the pattern. I want ample warning of their advance. Affirmative, Command. We'll keep watch.
Look at the graphics, man. Wow.
We've got more of them! Ruddy Stock has got 4 feet, and it's still us doing the ass kicking! Roger. Delta 4, take up
Wow, this is a tough mission, man.
Alpha 1 to Alpha Company. All units, defensive posture. Lieutenant Cartwright, status. Task 5 reporting. We're nearly in position. Roger. Delta 4, take up a pattern. I want ample warning of their advance. Affirmative, Command. We'll keep watch.
Oh, Jesus. You gotta be shitting me.
Come here. Come here. There you go, huh? I think that's all of them. Is that all of them? Nice. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely done. Nicely done. I repeat. I repeat. Nicely done.
Roger that. We're on it.
Delta, what's the status of A Company?
I'm not seeing any survivors. Hold on. Well, let me guess. Shaved head. Kind of quiet.
Sergeant Hale, rendezvous with Cartwright's team at Southwark Bridge.
We're seeing a lot of Chimeran activity down there. Recommend you stick to the rooftop, Sergeant.
Look at these graphics. Wow. Just wow. Wow, it's already 6 o'clock in the morning. Wow. Almost 11 hours. 11 hours. I didn't think I was going to stream this for 11 hours. Oh, there it is. When the game is great, you know, time goes by really fast. I'm most definitely getting a Half-Life 2 vibe over here. A little bit of a Half-Life 2 vibe. Another record. I know, man. 11 hours. Yesterday we did what? 7 hours and a half yesterday we did? But that was longest for State of Play. 7 hours and 30 minutes for State of Play. I can't believe it. Did we? I think we did. 7 hours. Let me see. Did we? 7 hours and 18 minutes and 11 seconds. Yeah. You know, this is also a testament to everybody who is wondering how good is PlayStation Plus streaming. Well, listen, it's really good. What can I say about Resistance Fall of Man? You know, this was included with PlayStation 3 on the launch day, and this was the game that I purchased when I purchased my PlayStation 3 Fat, and I'm telling you, I realized just how great this game is. I mean, after now what, almost 11 hours, I have to say, man, I'm like, I feel that it's underrated. I feel that Resistance is underrated. Or was it underrated? Or maybe because it's been such a long time, 19 years, you know. I mean, they made 3 of them, so they were successful. But I would put Resistance right next to Halo and Gears for sure. Oh no, I have to fall down. No, it's okay, we can climb back up, it's all good. Wait, there's something here. An Intel South Work Bridge charge is placed here. Okay. Also, the AI in this game, it's really good. Like, the enemies are very smart. You know, they're not dumb enemies. They're like very smart. That's another thing that I noticed as well. No, don't fall. No, no, no. Why did you have to fall? Why? Why? I have to go climb back up again. Oh, Lord. You're making me climb back up again. Okay, here we go. Wow, what a great game, huh?
The outlook of the battle was growing bleaker by the second. Our tanks had killed legions of Chimera, but still they poured out of the tower. The Chimeran forces were holding us in check, while their Goliaths closed in on Southwark Bridge. With Tower Bridge destroyed, there was no possibility of retreat. The team I sent to destroy Southwark Bridge was not responding. It would only be a matter of time before we had the spires in the air.
On the ice. River Thames, 9:38 in the morning on the ice. You know, this also shows you just how good Insomniac Games, even with this game, they're like, see, this is what I'm talking about. When developers are passionate about what they're doing. You know, when you have developers like Insomniac Games, when you have Bungie, when you have Rockstar, when you have Santa Monica Studios, when you have Naughty Dog, you know that you're going to get a great results. You know what I mean? And this is a testament. You know, you look at this game, even after 19 years, it is still great. And of course, you look at Insomniac Games, Spider-Man, an amazing success with Spider-Man. And I'm pretty sure they will have amazing success with the upcoming Wolverine. I can't wait for Wolverine. That's going to be amazing, you know.
Hale, come in. Hale, do you read? Cartwright's team is lost. You have to finish the job at Southwark Bridge. If those Goliaths reach us, they'll infect the entire operation.
This was my mistake. Oh man, I'm such an idiot. I'm using a bazooka and pointing it down at the floor. Wow. Keep in mind, this game was released even before Crisis. And look how good it looks, man. This is 2006. Impressive. Honestly, I'm impressed, man, for a game that's 19 years old and wow. PlayStation 3 was a pretty good console. Well, it did cost $600, you know, and you can see why. How do we get out of here? Oh, this way. Wow. There you go. Blow up that bridge. Come on, man. Nice. Nicely done.
We could have used that. I know. I was only trying to disable it. Let's go. We have to catch that Goliath.
Giant Slayer. River Thames 10:55. 10:55 in the morning. The way he says we'll handle the Goliath, like it's no big deal. Yeah, we'll just handle it. Don't worry about it. It's no problem. No problem. Don't worry.
Now let's get back to the gate. Feel your twig and berries shrinking up. Lets you know you're still alive.
Oh my god. Wow, 6:21 a.m. Oh, dude. We'll have to end it here. There's a cooperative. Is there multiplayer? No, of course not. Is there a multiplayer? No, there isn't.
We could have used that. I know. I was only trying to disable it. Let's go. We have to catch that Goliath.
The way he says that we have to catch that Goliath, like it's no problem, no biggie, no problem. We can catch the Goliath. Super easy.
Now let's get back to the gate.
All right, let's do this, huh?
Wow, dude. I know, right? Infinite Warrior. What a great game. Don't forget, there's Resistance 2, there's Resistance 3, and then there's Resistance Retribution on PlayStation. PlayStation Vita, right? I mean PSP Vita, right? PlayStation Vita? Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. My next game will be Resistance 2. And then Resistance 3, and after Resistance 3, Retribution, which I believe it's PlayStation Vita Infinite Warrior. I could be wrong. I think it was released on both PSP and Vita, but I think it looked a little bit better on Vita. On PlayStation Vita.
Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, you're right. Retribution. You're correct. It is on Vita. This just reminds me how great PlayStation was, dude. Holy shit, right? All these games that came out on PlayStation 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wow. Oh wow. Well, dude, I'm like in Resistance heaven right now, dude. With the PlayStation Plus, I'm in a Resistance heaven. When I finish this, then Resistance 2, then Resistance 3, and then Retribution. I'm in like Resistance heaven. Don't worry, Shuka, we'll play Gran Turismo. But, you know, I will have to play these Resistance games, you know. I mean, eventually I'll have to play number 2, number 3, and of course, Retribution. I mean, look, I knew how good Resistance was. Like I said, my very first game when I purchased PlayStation 3 was this. But after 19 years now, I'm like, wow, dude, this was way ahead of its time. Way ahead of its time. You know. Wait. Here we go. Wait, I got something better for him. Hold on.
Not bad shooting, I'd say.
Oh no!
Considering
Is he going to make it? Is he going to make it? Huh?
you
Huh?
go ahead. I'll cover this entrance.
No, man, don't die on me like that, bro. We fought together. We died together. Ugh. That's true, Infinite. Nowadays, it's all with artificial intelligence, and it's lazy. You know what it is? That's the problem nowadays. Nowadays, it's all about this. How can I make quick this? And that's the sad part. You know, it's all about this. How can we make this? And this is why we don't get to see some brand new, innovative, great titles, great games, and but looking at yesterday, it gives me a little bit of hope. It gives me a little bit of hope that things might change in the next few years. I think in the next few years, I think we'll see a little bit of change. At least I hope. But past few years, I gotta be honest, man. Past few years has been really bad. I mean, it's been really bad past few years. I'm hoping that the next few years the gaming will pick up the pace, and what I'm asking, what we're asking for, and we talked about this yesterday. It's make games for gamers, for us. Don't worry about the money. You'll make your money if you give us what we want. If you make the games that we want, you'll make your money. Don't worry about the money. You'll make that. You'll make that money. Okay. Bring passion first. Bring passion. The passion should be the first priority for an artist, because being a developer, you are also an artist. You're an artist, so be good at your craft. Don't worry about the money. The money will come if you are successful as an artist and you bring something passionate, and the passion shows. When you're passionate about something, people can see it. It clearly shows, and people are not stupid. They can tell when someone is passionate and it's bringing 100%. People can tell when you're bringing only 20%, 30%, but when you bring 100%, like you guys, you can tell. Oh wow, like they really brought 100% here, and this looks amazing. That's true too, and they're so they're in such a hurry to release these games, right? They're in such a hurry to release the games, and when they release the games, they're broken, right? And they're asking you for $70, for $100. Again, I don't want to mention Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, but I guess Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown, it's easy to use as an example, right? Even though there are other examples, of course. But Test Drive Unlimited Solar Crown is definitely that one example. They're in such a hurry to release the games without testing it, without properly looking at everything. Do people really want this? Right? See, Battlefield is doing it right. The DICE is doing it right with Battlefield 6. They're going back to the Battlefield 3. They want to work with us as a community to make the best possible Battlefield 6. And that's how you do it. You work with the community. You work with the community, with us, gamers. And let's craft something amazing. That's how it should be. I'm all about the quality versus quantity. Quantity doesn't mean anything. You could have trillions of games, but what if they all suck? So what's the point of having trillions of games and they all suck? Just give me a 10 good quality, 10 good quality games, and that's all I need. I'm definitely going to play Battlefield 2042 for sure. Because Savage was asking me about it. I most certainly will play it when I get a chance. I most certainly will. Also, there's Black Hawk Down, coming out on February 22nd. It's part of Delta Force. I'm excited about that. I mean, I love the movie. Ridley Scott movie was great. But I want to see how they're going to do this. The campaign, Delta Force, Black Hawk Down looks pretty good on the trailer, you know. Bullseye Mark II. Jesus, what the hell is that thing? No, it's not. It's coming on a PC. Unfortunately, it's on a PC for now. But I think Delta Force will be coming to a console. From what I understand, their main focus right now, it's a PC, to see how well they do with the PC version. And if the PC is successful, then yeah, for sure, most certainly you will see it on a PlayStation, for sure. But right now they're playing it safe. They just want to see how it does on the PC first. I think 2026, I think they're going for, there will be some betas. They did say that there's going to be some betas they're going to be releasing sometime this year. But they're going for 2026. They want to take their time. They want to make sure that everything's working perfectly. So I can't wait. It's going to be great. It's going to be really good, man. They're going back to those old roots of Battlefield 3. Everything can be destroyed. I love it, dude. They're going back to the old roots of Battlefield 3. Oh, man, it's going to be so awesome. Yeah, they don't want to do that, of course. I don't think any developer wants to bring out their game next to Grand Theft Auto 6. And honestly, the thing is right now with the GTA 6, here's the problem right now that developers are having with releasing their games this year. And it's frustrating for a lot of developers because Rockstar is not saying anything. And, you know, the publishers are like, oh man, should we release our game in September? Should we release our game in October? A lot of publishers this year are like, they're trying to figure out when possibly Grand Theft Auto 6 might be releasing. I'm thinking those 2 months, September, October. I think developers should keep an eye on September and October. So try to avoid September and October. Try to release your games like in August, or during the summer. Because the last thing you want to do is release your games in September and October, where possibly Grand Theft Auto 6 might be releasing, and you know, there's no way you can stand a chance against, you know, behemoth GTA 6. So, but right now they don't know. See, that's the thing. We don't even know if Rockstar, they might delay the game, so we really don't know much. And I think it's frustrating for a lot of publishers. They're frustrated. When do we release our game? Do we release it? I think release it spring, summer. Honestly, I think the safe thing to do right now, release your games spring, summer. You know, September, October, that's a no-no. You definitely do not want to release your games in September, October, because, well, you know, there's a possibility GTA 6 might be being released. What about November? Well, November, there's that too, of course. But I don't think they're going to push it till November. I think they really want to do it earlier. They want to get it like September, October. Like they did with the GTA 5, remember? GTA 5 was released in September 2013, right? Well, guys, I will have to end this live stream. It's already 11 hours and 45 minutes because I only have my limit is 11 hours and 54 minutes. So unfortunately, I will have to close it. We'll have to end it. I can't believe it, man. We almost made it 12 hours. Nothing unusual for me, you know. I've done long live streams, man. I've done so many long live streams out of those 8.5 thousand videos. Oh my god. You know, when the game is great, when you're playing a really good game like this, time just flies by, you know. Even yesterday, but that's because we were, you know, having a good discussion. We were talking about state of play, so, you know, it just flew by super fast. I mean, there's so many games to play. There's so many games, man. Even Monster Hunter Rise, I've been playing a little bit of that. It's really good. There's a lot of addictive games, dude. Like even Monster Hunter Rise, and I know there's a Monster Hunter Wilds. So we got Monster Hunter Rise also, which I've been playing a little bit, and I'm hooked on it. I've been playing it on my PlayStation Portal. And now there's Monster Hunter Wilds on top of that, man. So, and I still haven't played Silent Hill 2, man. Dude, this year for me, it's crazy. Look, I have plenty of games to play. I still haven't finished Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So, trust me, there's plenty of games to play. And of course, you know, I play Gran Turismo 7 in between. And I also do a Flight Simulator Career. But man, it's been so difficult to play Flight Simulator Career Journey because it's so many bugs in the game, you know. I was so disappointed by Microsoft. The game, it's filled with bugs, you know. But, dude, there's plenty of games to play. Armored Core 1, 2, and 3. Dude, I mean, there's plenty of stuff to play. Like my PSN, it's It's Edo79. 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 Maybe you can join us on a Gran Turismo. Me and Shuki would definitely like to drive Gran Turismo. You should see my Audi R8 Demon. I call it Demon, my car. Oh man. All right, let me save the game. Let's leave it here. It's just Edo79. There's no S. Just EDO79. For sure, man. Jump in one of these days. You should definitely jump in and play. We do it for fun, you know. We do it for fun, you know. We're not doing it for like, you know. We goof around, you know. We do it for fun, you know. We have some pretty fast cars. Man, I collected some really fast cars. Yeah. Thank you, Infinite. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I also been playing Ridge Racer. Man, I've been playing Ridge Racer as well. I've been playing Crisis Core, Indiana Jones, Resistance 2. That's next on my list. Been playing Ace Combat 7. God of War. I need to finish God of War, dude. I mean, I need to finish God of War. Ragnarok. I'm at the very end of the game. I really need to finish it. Maybe this weekend, maybe on Saturday, I can finish God of War Ragnarok. I think I have to finish it, man. It's time. It's been 3 years. It's time for me to finish God of War Ragnarok. I also want to finish Indiana Jones, you know, the Staff of Kings. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's not the greatest Indiana Jones, but it's not bad either. So, yeah, guys, we did it. 12 hours. Great live stream. Here we are, 7 o'clock in the morning. Well, it's not really 7. It's close to 7. It's 6:56 a.m. But it's almost 7 a.m. And nothing unusual. I mean, I've done this many times before. This was great. I had a great time. Resistance Fall of Man. I just want to say this before I leave. The fact that this was included on a launch day of PlayStation 3 in 2006, it really shows you back then just like how much, you know, the Sony and PlayStation and developers, how much they really cared. They cared about, you know, the quality, even the design of the PlayStation 3, everything. And then you look at in 2008 Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots, taking full advantage of PlayStation 3. Hideo Kojima took full advantage of PlayStation 3. I mean, what a great time. What a great times, man. I call it golden age of gaming. Golden age of gaming, man. It was just, wow, dude. You know, you guys know. I mean, it was a great time, great times. You know, but nowadays, what do we have? Test Drive Unlimited, Solar Crown. Yeah, but look, based on what I have seen yesterday on State of Play, it gives me hope, guys. It really gives me hope. And I mean it sincerely. What I have seen yesterday on State of Play, it gives me hope that things will pick up. You know, the Rome wasn't built overnight, right? It takes time. Everything takes time. But I think we're moving in the right direction. I think next couple of years, 2026, 2027, next couple of years, I think we'll see the games pick up, especially around 2027 when they start releasing PS6, the next generation PS6. I think we'll see a lot of stuff happening with video games, and can't wait, But the past few years, it's been pretty bad for gaming. I mean, to say the least, Well, I don't know if Electronic Arts will. I don't think that will ever happen, Shuki. Electronic Arts. I don't know, but you never know. I mean, I think the more people talk about it, if more people talk about Motor City Online, and if there's a more demand for Motor City Online, then EA might reconsider. Electronic Arts might say, you know what, guys, let's take a break with Need for Speed. Let's go back to Motor City Online, right? Ubisoft, Real Savage says, Ubisoft, man, what can I say? What can I say? I mean, what can I say? EA Sports, of course, same old Madden, same old Madden every year, same Madden, same NHL. Where's the NASCAR Thunder? Yeah. Where's the boxing game?